the may require 3 hours or more per week. It may require 60 or more per week.
Once you get your name on the dotted line, then we'll.
Yeah, then we'll tell you the, someone told me that Zora felt that when she was recruited to be a board member, there was only 2 meetings a month.
Yeah.
And so every time there was another meeting, she'd be like, 2 meetings, yeah.
Mhm.
2 meetings, got it.
All right.
We have time, right?
Okay. All right. Okay, good morning, everyone. It is 9:04 a.m., and I'm calling our special meeting, our special called board meeting to order. The purpose of today's meeting is to fill the vacancy for Wake County Board of Education District Number 2. Looking around the table, all 8 of our current 8 members are here, so we do have a quorum. And what we'll do next is, if everyone rises, we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So again, the purpose of today's meeting is to interview and then ultimately select among applicants a new representative for Wake County Board of Education District Number 2. That representative will serve the unexpired term of our former member, Monica Johnson-Hostler, which extends through the end of 2026. The first thing that I wanted to do is everyone should have at their desk a copy of the questions. The candidates received a copy of the questions yesterday, so everyone would have at least a little bit of time to look at it. So hopefully no one would be surprised, and hopefully we wouldn't disadvantage folks at the beginning of the interview process from those at the end of the interview process. Really, the questions weren't prepared with any particular speakers in mind. I thought we would just start on one end and go around, and everybody gets to ask one question. If you're like me, after reading all the applications, you probably had a lot of individual questions you'd like to ask, but the purpose of everyone being asked the same question is to make sure everyone is treated fairly and has a chance to respond equally to the same types of questions. We did have a candidate who has withdrawn from the candidates that were announced at our last board meeting. Kara Gensor has withdrawn, and so for that time slot, rather than trying to change other speakers' speaking times, we'll just take a break. We'll go into recess briefly for that period. After we've concluded the interviews, we'll have an opportunity to break, get a little bite to eat, and then we'll come back and we'll deliberate and we'll make our selection. So, Mr. Malone, I believe you have the ballots and you can explain the voting process for how we'll make our selection.
So even though the ballots have all 6 names on them, historically, I believe you would do this in the normal matter of having 1 or 2 or 3 people nominated and then vote based on those nominations, or do you just have a single nomination?
Yeah, we would just let everyone vote on the ballot.
Okay, and then we would continue to vote until you have a majority pick a person. Okay, that's perfectly fine also.
And so just to be clear, with 8 members, the magic number that we need is
5.
5. Okay,
5.
so everyone's clear. Mr. Hershey?
Last time we did this, after a couple of rounds, I think we reduced who was eligible. Are we going to potentially do the same here? Should we have some kind of, after a certain number of rules, set that up now, just in case?
Yeah, that is something that we did because with a lot of candidates, it is easy to kind of deadlock, especially with an even number. So what do you all think? Mr. Swanson?
Yeah, I think we did that like closer to the second or third round. It wasn't immediately. It was like once folks started peeling off, it was like a certain amount of number. But once we get to that piece, I'm happy to support that, Mr. Hershey.
So the idea is after 2 rounds of voting, if we don't have a candidate, we would reduce it to, what, either the top 2 or the top 3? Okay. Does anyone have a preference, 2 or 3, or do you just want to wait and see? Okay, great. All right. Well, in that case, does anyone have any questions about the process or any of the questions that we have before us? All right. Well, then we will stand in recess for a few minutes until we hear from our first applicant, Ms. Alexandra Alcantara. Oh, okay. Do you all want to go ahead and start a little bit early? Okay. Jim, if you can wait 1 minute until Ms. Caulfield's ready, then we can invite her in. All right. Good morning. Doing well. So first, before we get started, could I ask that you say your name for us so we all pronounce it correctly?
Sure. Do you want the American version or the correct version?
Whichever way you would like.
It's Alcantara, but it's
Alcantara. Okay, thank you. So Alexandra, welcome. You are our first applicant this morning, so if we're a little rusty, please forgive us. This really is intended to be more of a conversation. We do have certain questions, pre-written questions, that were shared with you in advance.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to go around the table, and we're asking everybody the same questions. At this point, before we get started, do you have any questions about the interview process?
No,
Okay, great.
I'm sure I'll have more questions as we go along.
Absolutely. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll start with question one over to my right with Mr. Hershey. And if I could, board members, if you could just introduce yourself to each applicant.
Good morning. I'm Sam Hershey, District 6. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
How do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
Sure. Thank you for having me, first of all. I would like to highlight a couple of my experiences. Throughout my 4 years at SVA, I participated in a variety of volunteer initiatives like organizing events and serving meals at shelters. I was also a part of the student affairs and student health and counseling offices, where it helped me understand the diverse needs of our communities as well as the communities that our school was involved in. My role within the school Health and Counseling Service Office highlighted the critical need for accessible resources in educational environments. I also loved working as an art teacher for SMART University, which is a program that empowers women living with HIV and AIDS. And this experience reinforced my belief in the transformative power of education and the arts, especially for underserved communities and populations. I currently serve on the board of the advisors for the Academy of Creative Design at Enloe High School for the last 2 years, and it has been an incredibly rewarding experience. I've also been a part of doing one-on-one mentoring with 2 students that have become interns for us, and I would hire them today if they were wanting to do that. And it's given them a lot of hands-on learning opportunities while they were with us. Additionally, I've been helping restructure their curriculum a little bit so that it's more marketable and for the recruitment of new students so that new students can take advantage of the program. As the CEO of Ruby and Citrine, I prioritize collaboration and inclusivity at all points, valuing the unique experiences and backgrounds of each of our employees. This approach closely aligns with the needs of the dynamic school system, where every student and educator deserves a voice at the table. Finally, being honored with the superintendent's School to Career Volunteer Award further validates my commitment to fostering student success. And sorry, I'm nervous.
That's quite okay.
Good morning. I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3 in North Raleigh, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
My question for you is that the position on the school board oftentimes require more than 30 hours per week.
Yes.
How does your current schedule allow for you to meet these kind of requirements?
So thankfully, I own my company, and I also have a co-founder who's amazing and excellent, and my team is very talented and very capable. And that's what we've curated as a company, is that our team members are able to, take, we believe in the 3 stools of the branch, where everybody is able to pitch in when needed, and they're in full support of me taking the position. And so I'm happy to adjust my schedule as needed.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I'm Lynn Edmonds. I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh.
Okay.
So how do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to achieve the district goals?
Sure. So my understanding is that the board creates policy, and they set the vision and ensure accountability for the district's performance. The superintendent is responsible for the day-to-day operations, like recruiting and training staff, and building curriculum, and feedback and implementing those policies. I believe in fostering open and transparent communication with everybody in the district. It creates opportunities for collaboration, builds trust, and ensures decisions are guided by data and aligned with the community needs. By data-driven, I mean actively seeking and not waiting for them to come to us. I feel that there's plenty of opportunities and different ways to do that, as far as engaging on social media, creating parent forums. I know that there's some that do already exist. I don't know how active they are yet, but I do know meeting people where they are is probably the easier way to find more direct feedback. And that leads to great conversations and being able to show them like what we're doing together.
So
Sorry, one
Go
last-
right at, yes.
I was just going to say, I forgot to say, I would also love to see more impactful and engaging webinars or community learning events so that they can see us as real people in the community and have more time to engage with us one-on-one.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
So it's getting ready to be budget season.
Yes.
And so what strategies or initiatives would you propose to develop an effective budget that meets the needs of our students?
Well, let me find that.
Number 4?
I would say embrace new
Oh.
technology with confidence. Conduct a thorough audit of the spending, which I'm sure every sort of cycle we do that. But also help explore how technology and new workflows can help streamline processes. Redirect those savings towards programs and initiatives that directly enhance student learning, well-being, and support for teachers. Again, maintain open communication with our community, and to pinpoint key areas of need, explore potential partnerships with local businesses, like our business has been doing, nonprofit organizations and community foundations to supplement this district's budget without placing additional strain on the taxpayers. Like everybody, like there's a famous saying where many hands make light work. So I do agree with that.
And I told you at the beginning I was going to stumble. And of
Yes.
course, I did this morning. I forgot to introduce myself.
Okay.
So I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7, which is northwestern Wake County, sort of northwest Raleigh over through Morrisville and West Cary.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for being here. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9, which is Western Wake. So I have a question 5 that says, how can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County?
Implement more targeted programs and resources that address their unique needs. So for academically challenged students, I would emphasize on skill building, individual mentorship, and social and emotional support, and can help bridge learning gaps effectively. Small class size options within the schools would help as well with students that need that more one-on-one time with their teachers. I know for my 5-year-old, that's been really helpful, just being able to be pulled out of school, in certain instances so that they're able to take more of that time with him. For gifted students, continue to provide the gift, to broaden the gifted and talented programs. I know at my old elementary school, we used to have a gifted and talented program in each school, in each of my local schools, and that was really great. And those class sizes were between 8 to 12 people. And I was part of that program, and it was really great because we were still within our actual school district, in our school, and we were able to be given responsibilities to help the other students. So it wasn't like taking us out of a classroom completely or keeping us all together. We were kind of still mixed, but we also had those opportunities given to us by the teachers. Yeah.
I have the next question. I'm
Yep.
Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which is an amalgam of great smaller towns, and would share Fuquay-Varina with District 2.
Awesome.
What are your thoughts on school choice, which would include our magnet program, and how can the district use these tools to improve equity and to attract families?
Sure. I really like magnet schools. I think that it's great to have schools that are more targeted towards strengths of the student. I know that my husband and I were both artists, so we would love, and my son is very musical and very artistic, and we do have a couple of schools in mind. And I wish that they were more closer because I don't want to leave my district. I really love my district, and I love my community in general. And I feel like that's a 45 to an hour drive. I was going to commit to that possibly because I really want him to have those opportunities. But I think just to answer your question, it's prioritizing accessibility to those schools would be my first probably push to include that so that other families are able to access that. Sorry, I totally messed that one up, but yes. Prioritize accessibility. I would love to stay in this district. I'm sure other parents feel the same way, where we just don't have enough magnet schools within those areas for our students. Yeah.
Good morning. I am Cheryl Caulfield. I represent District 1, which is like the northeastern side of Wake County. I have number 7, and appreciate your time coming out today. Describe a time you resolved conflicting viewpoints. How would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
So I think in my day-to-day life, I work with C-level executives all the time, and you will not believe how often they do not agree, especially even with their own policies and their company policies. And it's really crucial for me to sort of navigate that when I'm creating their presentations with them, and I'm working with them as a speaker, and they have differing viewpoints, and they want to include that in their slides, and we can't do that. We have to sort of bring them back to the main focus. So I think just one scenario I can also think about is implementing some more training on the small scale. Would elevate a lot of people and letting them be able to empower themselves. One scenario that I can think of that was more recent was a gentleman that I was helping. His boss wanted to implement a new software into his everyday workflow, and he was not happy about it. He wanted to continue doing the same way that he's been doing it. We were trying to implement new software that he just was not. He's not a computer person, so it was very hard for him to grasp how this was going to help him. And the boss wanted to have the ability to see very quickly, because he has a lot of priorities, see very quickly what his impact was being. So what I ended up doing was create small videos, looms for him, and go through the training and the software with him. Took me maybe 3-4 hours to do with him, and after that he felt much more empowered, and we also kept to those training videos so that other people coming after him would be able to access them. And it didn't take that much longer, and it's something that helped a lot more people than just him. And
Thank you.
He felt great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am Toshiba Rice. I serve District 4. My question is, with 70% of Wake County residents not having children, how can the district improve engagement to the broader community?
Thank you. I think it goes back to transparency and organizing more events so that they can see the students and us in action. Showcasing student achievements, and create more volunteer opportunities for residents themselves. Leverage and engage on social media, and become more active on local media to share updates and highlight the district's impact, and help build stronger connections. Partner again with local businesses so that it's a little bit more cemented within the community. And organizations can also foster community involvement and support their schools. These students aren't just numbers for us. And at the end, they're the architects of the future workforce. They're the dreamers and the doers and the caretakers of the next generation. And you've seen it a lot in the media and a lot in the news. Like we're struggling with that all across the U.S. So I feel like they embody stronger communities, brighter innovations, and legacy we can be proud of. And I think that's a community problem. It's not just a school board. It's not just our problem. And I think that needs to be better said to the larger community. I think what I wrote here, it's like about planting seeds in the garden of tomorrow. It's a very well-known saying, and I do believe in it. It's an investment in their future, and not just because they have students in the district.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alcantara. We have some time left, and I wanted to run over a couple things with you, and then I wanted to invite you, if you have a few minutes, if you have any closing thoughts you'd like to share with us.
Sure.
As we go through our process, we will interview all of our applicants today. We'll take a break and then come back and deliberate, and we hope to select a candidate today.
Okay, awesome.
And we have your contact information, so we will notify you, by the end of the day.
Great.
If you are selected and you work for Wake County, the Wake County Public School System, then you can't be employed by the Wake County Public School System. And if there are any other potential conflicts of interest, you would need to clear those.
Okay.
You had to provide an address at the beginning of the process. You have to be domiciled within District 2, and that is one of the requirements
Yes.
for serving in this position. And I think that's everything in terms of other qualifications for service. So with last few minutes that you have, are there any additional thoughts you'd like to share with the board members?
I will say a couple of bonus points for me, if it matters. I'm super nerdy for PowerPoint, as if you couldn't tell. If you looked me up, super nerdy for PowerPoint, and cutting through the noise for most effective messaging. Probably didn't do so great today, but I do love doing that. I am a natural leader, but I thrive on teamwork and enjoy collaborating with others, especially in roles like this. I believe in this work because I have lived this work. I have benefited greatly from I have benefited greatly from the programs and policies my school offered me, and don't close the door. And I truly believe you don't close the doors when you get to where you're going. You put the ladder back down. So, thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Miss Edmonds.
If it's okay with you, may we ask, do you have any questions for us?
I'm
Since
sure
we
I'll have a
time.
lot afterwards. Do you, I
So-
really.
Actually, I did want to use the time to allow a closing statement, but I have other members that are objecting to asking more questions. So,
It's not that I don't disagree with that and having to ask those. It's just I want to make sure that everyone has the same piece. And, that's my reasoning. And we've not really generally had a lot of questions asked unless it's about the particular process, which Chair Hegarty asked in the beginning.
is that, okay. All right. Like I said, still early. You're our first one this morning.
If it matters, I totally agree with you. Give everybody a fair shot.
Okay.
I did have a couple of just starting remarks because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to introduce myself.
Sure.
So, you know, me as Alexandra Alcantara, and before anything else, I am the proud mother of a 5-year-old son who entered the Wake County Board system as a preschooler. So I'm here for the long haul. I'm also proud to be here as a first-generation American of Mexican and Guatemalan descent. As any first-generation Latin American will tell you, we have no other option but to strive for excellence in everything that we do, because it reflects on our entire family. That's how I take it. And I am here today because I believe in Wake County's dedication to educational excellence and want to serve as a voice for my community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, and thanks for coming out today. We appreciate
Thank you.
your interest in the vacancy.
Awesome.
You can come along.
I will also tell you I haven't interviewed since, I don't know, since like I was 26, so it's been very hard.
Thank you. All right, everyone. I apologize for that confusion. Rod had texted me about the time, and I'd been keeping the time, and I knew we would have extra time. I do believe we have traditionally, we have had extra time, just allowed a candidate to make a closing statement or share any other thoughts as sort of additional. And I'd like to keep that practice if everyone is comfortable with that. Okay. And again, I do want to ask every candidate just the courtesy of stating their name. I'll tell them, again, that they have 30 minutes of time. Ask them if they have questions about the process. And I do want to let them know about the selection today, about any potential conflicts involving this position. And then, everyone's address has been vetted. Melissa did that research for all of the candidates. But if you would like me to ask candidates to state their address, I can, but I think we do have all of that on file. So, okay. All right. Any other questions or anything else we want to define that maybe I hadn't thought of before our next candidate comes in? Okay. All right. Well, our next candidate will be Thaddius Sherman. And he would be ahead of schedule if he were. So we'll just wait a few moments until his arrival, and then we will pick it up with Mr. Sherman. Chris. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, so we appreciate you coming in this morning.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is first, I'd like you to just state your name for everybody that might be watching.
Thaddius Sherman.
Okay. Mr. Sherman, real quick, you've been given a list of questions we sent to you yesterday. What we're going to do is we're going to go around the board table. Board members will introduce themselves, and each one will ask you a question. You'll have about 30 minutes to answer all the questions. If you don't use all your time, and there's time at the end, if you have some extra time, you can make just a personal statement or a closing statement, or if there's anything else you'd like to share, just within that time.
Sure.
If you're using all of your time when you're coming toward the end, and you've only got like maybe 2 or 3 minutes yet left, I'll signal you, okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
And I think that's it for process. We really appreciate you coming out today.
Absolutely.
And applying for this vacancy. Do you have any questions about the process before we start?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, great. Thanks. Well, I will turn it over to our first board member, who will begin with questions.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
Yes, sir.
How do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
Sure. Well, I'm sure you've had a chance to hopefully look at my resume and the other information I shared, but Wake County Public School System has been a part of my life for over 20 years. I started here my very first year as a teacher, coming down from New York after college, and then as an assistant principal for 10 years prior to leaving. In April it'll be 3 years, but and then as a parent also. I've got a 15-year-old who is a sophomore, and my older son just graduated last spring, and proud dad moment. He's part of the Future Teachers Program here in Wake County, so I'm excited for him to continue the legacy of being a part of Wake County Public School System. So to answer the question really though, I think just that experience of being a lifelong educator, particularly in Wake County. I remember when central office was at 3600 on Wake Forest Road. So dates me a little bit probably, but I've seen how things have changed, the strengths of the district, the challenges of the district over the years, particularly with growth and how things evolve over time. And so I feel like just that experience has put me in a position to understand the needs of schools, the needs of the community, the relationships that exist between different stakeholders, including the board, the community. So I think primarily I would lean on that experience that puts me in a position to serve in this role effectively. Also within my community, I have recently served as HOA vice president in my community, which has allowed me to connect with folks who share similar goals and thoughts around specifically Southern Wake County, the growth, the excitement of new schools, also the challenges that come with growth and new schools. I live directly behind Fuquay Verena Middle School. You can actually see that. I watched it being built from my backyard, literally. And then to see Bowling Road coming together and seeing that get finalized here in the spring, hopefully, and ready to open in the fall. So I think both of those aspects of my life have prepared me well.
Good morning. I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3 in North Wake County, Raleigh. And you probably know that the position of the school board may require more than 30 hours of work per week. How does your current position, your schedule, allow you to meet this commitment?
Sure. So I currently serve in a remote role in a nonprofit organization with a pretty flexible schedule, and they are aware that I'm here this morning. In fact, flexible enough that I was supposed to leave last night for the week for work, travel. My primary project is in Rhode Island. And so, again, the flexibility to shift some things around and move around so I could be here this morning. So great flexibility. In fact, my direct project supervisor is a school board member herself in Connecticut. And so she is fully supportive and have her full confidence in being able to fulfill the position while also maintaining my role there.
Good morning. My name is Lynn Edmonds, and I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh. So how do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to achieve the district's goals?
So, the superintendent establishes his team, the district, the mission, the vision, the values. When you think about the strategic plan, right, that work comes from there. But the board, right, has a responsibility to set, establish, follow the policies that are going to allow the superintendent, his team, the district, to be able to carry this out and reach this plan, this mission and vision that the district has sent. So I think that's where those two sides fall, but ultimately, right, there's a partnership there as well. And I think that what is needed is for the community, for the district to see a united front among the board and the superintendent and his team. And whatever that may look like, whatever that may take, because there's not always going to be alignment. There may be differing viewpoints, right? I think all of us root our decisions in what's best for students. And how we define what's best for students probably varies some. And so we have to find common ground. And so I think it's critical that the community, the stakeholders see a united front between the board and the superintendent. And behind the scenes, whatever that takes in order to accomplish that is what we all have to do.
And I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7, which is Northwest Raleigh and the Northwestern Wake County through the airport, Briar Creek, Morrisville, and Northwest Cary. And my question on your sheet is question 4. What strategies or initiatives would you propose to develop an effective budget that meets the needs of our students?
Sure. I remember when I was a principal, every spring watching the budget come out, and I mean hundreds of pages of a document, right? Every line item, every category. And I remember looking through that to see where are the priorities, what are the expenditures looking like, what matters to everyone this spring. There's a lot to look at, and there's a lot that goes into that, right? From a strategy standpoint, I'm sure there's something that already exists, right? You all spend countless hours looking at that, combing through it, making really tough decisions. So while I'm sure there is a system or structure or protocol you go through, when I looked at the question and I think about the strategic plan, I think for me, making sure that every line item in that budget is connected to this strategic plan. Right? So 7 goals, every line item should be attached to one of those goals. And if it's not attached to a goal, it simply can't be there. Or you figure out where that does fit in and how you adjust it. From there, it's almost a narrowing protocol that I would follow. Have done this in other settings and situations. And from there, you have your 4 pillars, right? And so you've looked at your goals, and you start to narrow that. All right, where do these line items? This is what has made the cut when we look at these goals. Okay, looking upward within the 4 pillars, where do these fit? And then ultimately getting to the 3 strategic priorities. Almost as though you could create an infographic. There's too many line items to really do that, but almost to be able to say, here are our 3 strategic priorities, and here's where every line item fits within that. I think you have to be clear and transparent with your budget. You have to be willing to receive feedback, and right, all of the different requests that come in, we can't honor all of them. They just simply can't. I know that we've continued to work with the commissioners to request increased funding. I know they've been responsive and worked hard to do that, and so we just need to continue to prioritize and build that relationship with the commissioners to make sure that we are putting ourselves in the best position we can to have a budget that helps us to meet this. Everything comes back to this, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Morning, I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent Western Wake, and I have question 5 that says, how can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County Public Schools?
So the first thing, if I can just make a note about the question, when I read the question, a little concerned with the way it's worded, in the sense that there's a deficit language there, in my opinion, when you think about academically challenged students. I'd like to see students who haven't yet mastered, students who are still working their way towards mastery, students who may require additional support. So again, I hope that's not received the wrong way, but I felt like it was important to note that when we think about the language that we use about the students that we're serving, that we're looking at that with an asset and growth mindset. So just a side note there. When I think about this question, honestly, my initial thought is the board is pretty far removed from being able to provide that level of like direct support, right? That type of support in terms of students who have not yet reached mastery or students who need additional support because they have and need to continue to be pushed. That's at the school level. That's in the trenches, as I would say. The work of that is with our teachers. And so the school board's responsibility is to figure out how do you support that, right, which the question says. And I think the best way the board can do that is by understanding and ensuring that what's happening in schools and thus in classrooms is best practice, instructionally high-quality materials that's being used for our Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 instruction. I think of, one of the things I mentioned in my application materials was an initiative audit, because I think when you think about curriculum materials, right, there's a vetted set of curriculum that teachers are expected to use, and we know there's gaps in curriculum, and so how do we supplement those things? How do teachers supplement those things? And one of the things from there is how varied does that supplement become, right? And so how are we ensuring a narrow focus on the materials, instructional materials that were being used? One of the things I wonder is making sure that as a board we have the data and information about where our students are and then how the school specifically is supporting them. So I think that's something to consider. When I think about students who have the potential, I think tapping into making sure that they're given an opportunity. I'm going to use an example from middle school. That was most recently my last 6 years as a principal at Rollsville Middle. We looked at Math 6 placement, 6 and 6 plus, and thinking about, right, when the elementary school sends those students up, what are the numbers, what are the measures that they have to hit to decide where they go, right? That placement, I think, when you think about secondary education, that 6th grade math placement is a pivotal spot in terms of the pathway and projection we put them on from a math class placement, right? And so we have students who may not meet the criteria for 6 plus. Why not give them an opportunity to experience 6 plus, right? They may show us that they absolutely can do it. Kids are resilient with the right support from a teacher. We've changed their trajectory from what they would have been in Math 6, 7th, and an opportunity to be pushed and challenged and go through 6 plus and then 7 plus and follow that trajectory. And I particularly think, and when I was at Rollsville, we looked at this data, particularly with our students of color, because I think that is, it's a gatekeeper, and it doesn't need to be. We need to think creatively about how can we provide students who might not otherwise get that opportunity, the opportunity to experience that, and how that one decision, because if they aren't successful, if they do struggle in 6 plus, we can move them to the other trajectory in Math 7 and they're going to be able to, there's not going to be the gaps, right? If you do that in Math 7 and 7 Plus, where they're getting a year and a half of curriculum, that becomes hard to then pull that back and support them in making that change. But, sorry, that was I kind of went off on that a little bit. That was something that I was fairly passionate about at Rollsville, because I think it was an opportunity that we had to change some outcomes for students. I also think about that with our AIG identification. Again, those strict quantitative measures are a gatekeeper in some situations, and they don't have to be. We have students who are so close to those thresholds, and they don't qualify because they simply didn't meet some of those quantitative measures. Yes, there are alternative pathways to being identified. What I know from reality in the school is going through those alternative pathways isn't always the easiest option, and there's a lot that comes with that sometimes folks end up saying, that's a lot of work, and they may not qualify anyways, right? And so how do we change that mindset to say, yes, this student didn't qualify quantitatively. We have a responsibility to do everything we can to figure out how to support them in becoming identified. So, thanks.
Thank you. And I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which is Apex, Holly Springs, and would share Fuquay with District 2. Can you tell us your thoughts on school choice, which would include our magnet program, and how the district can use these tools to improve equity and to attract families?
Yeah, so I think the idea of school choice, and the magnet particularly, is an opportunity for students to tap into some unique programming and opportunities that they might not otherwise get with schools having a specialized focus. One of the things I always appreciated about magnets were the opportunities for the electives, the extracurricular opportunities. I think those are important for students. Those, what I would call non-core academic classes, is where we can tap into students' niche, their passion, right? When I think about students maybe who are struggling academically but have an opportunity to be in an anime or a music or a building opportunity, a design opportunity, those are things where we can see that they do have a specific skill set that we want to maximize, tap into, and support them. While the extracurricular activities at Rollsville, we weren't a magnet, obviously, but we did try to build opportunities for those extracurricular activities for students because we know it's important. And we saw an increase in attendance when students are passionate about something, even when they struggle, right? When they're passionate about something and have an opportunity, we see increased attendance. And the same thing goes for the idea of magnet, is tapping into those. From using it from a equity standpoint, one of the things I would be interested in, and you all may know this already, is to see historically, has it achieved the goal of creating more equitable demographic of students across the district? You know, that would be a question I have. Has it? And if it has, how has that happened, and how do we capitalize to take that even further? And if it hasn't historically, why not? And what are we going to do to change that? So.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Caulfield, District 1, up in the northeastern area, Roseville Middle, so you know that.
Yep.
Can you describe a time you resolve conflicting viewpoints? How would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
So when I was looking at this question yesterday, thinking about a specific example, as a principal, there are so many I could tap into. I think about, all of the different times in my experience where I've had to go through this idea of resolving conflict, student to student, right? Teacher to student, teacher to teacher, parent to teacher. There are numerous folks where there's going to be conflict. And rather than thinking through a specific example I can share with you, knowing that, in my 10 years as a principal, there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of that. I guess what I'd rather focus on is what are the skill sets and the conditions to be able to resolve the conflict. And ultimately, I think it comes down to being an active listener, going in with an open mindset to hear. When you think about two people with differing opinions or conflict for whatever reason, is listening. I think more often than anything, people just want to be heard, right? And that's what I found when I was dealing with conflict, is if you give an opportunity for somebody to be heard, that alone brings down the anxiety, maybe the anger, or the emotions that come with conflict. And so first and foremost, just listen. And usually what happens in almost all of those situations is that the conflict is a result of miscommunication, a lack of clarity. And so listening with, encouraging each side to listen with positive intent, assuming positive intentions, and ultimately bringing folks towards the middle to find that resolve. What do you need from me? What do I need from you? How are we going to work together moving forward in whatever relationship that may look like? But ultimately, when I think about resolving conflict, it comes to just people being heard and building relationships. I feel that one of my strengths is being relationship oriented. That's something that's always been very important to me. And I think through building those relationships, you also have an opportunity to resolve conflict that exists. In terms of constituents in the community, I think it's the same, right? As a board, we are not always going to make a decision that everyone is happy with. I assume you know that. You've been in this position long enough, I assume, to have those experiences. And so I think after listening, when the decisions that you make maybe don't align with what your constituents wish for, you have to be able to clearly articulate the reason and the why behind the decisions that you make. And explain and make the connection of why you made this decision in the best interest of students. And again, they may not agree with that, but once you've built a relationship and you can clearly articulate your why, you're more likely to at least be able to maintain that relationship as you move forward. So.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you
morning.
for joining us. I am Toshiba Rice over District 4. With nearly 70% of Wake County residents not having school-age children, how can the district improve engagement with the broader community?
I was shocked when I saw this question. 70%. I knew it was high. I didn't know it was that high, and that's just crazy. When I was a principal, we had our board advisory council meetings. I did always enjoy those, actually. The meals were always great, but the collegiality that existed, the opportunity to connect with the community, whether that was parents or other civic folks, I enjoyed those. And so thinking about this question, I'm wondering how we might be able to maybe build or develop some sort of parallel or similar opportunity. I think when I think about the Board Advisory Council, if I go back and think about all the people in that room, the people in that room had a vested interest in the school because their child went there. It was a school in their community, and they have relationships with the students who go there. But this 70% of folks, what is their investment in the district when they don't have a student? We've got to tap in to make sure we understand what that is, and how do we bring them in to make sure they understand our mission, and how does that impact our community, right? They don't have students here, but they are a part of this county, and we, the school district is a large entity of the county, and I think that it's an untapped opportunity for information. And the other thing I think of is, right, how do we do that? If we say, right, we're going to have a meeting, if you don't have a student in Wake County, but we want to hear from you, and we're going to have this meeting at 6 o'clock at this school, right, I would be concerned with how many folks that we might get. And so when I think about reaching out to the community, I think we have to be creative. And that may mean going to the people in whatever way that might look like. I think about our senior centers, our retirement centers. Have we ever tapped into the idea of going there and just engaging in conversation? Maybe that's something that's happened, maybe it's not. But I do think it's an important part of the process, and there's a lot of information to be had there. And so we need to figure that out. And the idea of going to them, whatever that may look like and however that might be planned, would be important. And I think we would receive greater feedback versus just asking them to come to us or holding some sort of evening meeting. So that's something I'd like to see. Yeah, for sure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sherman. So you still have about 5 minutes left.
Perfect.
So we'll have time for a closing statement, and I did want to just let you know, our intent is to interview all the candidates today. We'll take a break, come back, deliberate, and then once we reach a decision, I'll reach out and notify everyone. We have your contact information.
Yep.
Let's see. If you are selected, you can't serve on the school board and then have any professional conflicts with the district.
Sure.
And you did provide an address that has been vetted by staff to ensure that you do have domicile within District 2.
Yes, sir.
And if that changes, then that would be something that would affect your qualification.
Absolutely. My wife said we are not moving for a while, so I don't anticipate that happening, but would certainly let you know if it did.
Fantastic. All right. So you do have a few minutes left if there's anything else you'd like to share with us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity. This is, and I said this in my letter, this is honestly not something I ever thought I would do, to be honest with you. In part because I was part of a Wake County school system for so long, it wasn't an option, like you said. And so when I realized that the vacancy would be there, I spent a lot of time thinking about, was this something I really wanted to do? And just kind of went through the list of all the reasons that, yes, it is, and maybe some of the questions I have or things I'm wondering. And I just sort of sat in that for a little while and decided that I'm going to apply, and we'll see where it goes. I don't envy you in the decision that you have to make today. Looking at the candidates, they're all qualified in their own unique ways, and so I wish you the best of luck in making that decision. It's a very important decision, particularly for Southern Wake County, with the amount of growth, the amount of new schools that are going up, and so I wish you the best of luck in making those decisions. I think, again, as I opened, my experience as a principal in this district, as an employee of this district for 20 years, and as a parent. We have 2-year-old twins, so I anticipate we're going to be around for another 16 years or so, and looking forward to the opportunity if it presents itself, and if not, I certainly understand and know that you're going to pick the best candidate. So thanks for the time.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks. Can I take the water? So y'all have a great day.
And we do know that Ms. Daniels is here, so we'll flow directly to her. Oh, no, sorry. All right, thank you, Mr. Sherman. We know that Ms. Daniels is here, so rather than going into recess, we'll just wait and then proceed to our next interview. right, welcome.
Thank you.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Chris Haggerty.
Okay.
And what we'd like to do is, first of all, welcome you and thank you for your interest in the District 2 vacancy. You should have received a list of questions, and we're going to go around the table. Each board member, I'll ask them to introduce themselves and then ask one of the questions. You have 30 minutes to answer the questions. If you go a little fast and you have some time at the end, and your time has not expired, if you have anything you'd like to add, any personal statement, or if you want to go back to anything that maybe you think you didn't give enough information or just wanted to expand upon, you are free to do so.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
Let's see. We will ask you just to state your name for the record. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is if you have any questions about the process or about the interview before we start.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
All right.
Okay. My name is Carleta Daniels.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. All right. And did you have any questions about the process?
I don't at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, then we'll begin with our questions, and we'll start over here to my right.
Good morning. Hope you're doing well this morning.
I'm doing great.
Excellent. My name is Sam Hershey. I represent District 6, which is Sanderson, Broughton area of Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay.
How do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
Okay. So that's pretty easy. I have worked for nearly 40 years with Wake County Public Schools. I started off as a teacher, did 10 years as a teacher in 3 of the schools in Wake County. The 21 years I spent as a senior administrator and a compliance auditor at Central Office. As a senior administrator in special ed services, we worked primarily with programming and planning and attended a lot of IEP meetings. As far as community service, I am a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I've been a member for 28 years. We are dedicated to public service. I'm also a member of my church where we do a lot of outreach in the community. I'm a member of Wake Chapel Church. I am also a member of Monarch, North Carolina, which is an organization that supports individuals with intellectual disabilities, mental health issues, and substance abuse. And lastly, I am a member of Bridging the Gap with Adoption, which is dear to my heart. I was adopted, so I support that organization, and we work with students in foster care. So with those professional organizations, with my professional years and my community service, I think that I would be able to serve and solidify and have a foundation to be able to advocate the policies to be able to work with the board.
Good morning. I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3 up in North Raleigh. And this position on the school board may require more than 30 hours per week of work. And how does your current schedule in your life allow you to meet these commitments?
Okay, so currently I am contracting with Wake County. I serve in the role of nursing for students that are medically fragile that are served in our amazing classrooms, and I basically assist in finding nursing support for students that are served in the classroom, and I provide maybe 10 to 20 contract hours. I do realize that if I am chosen for this position, I would have to step down from that position, but I feel like I could make a bigger impact as a member of the board. So I have plenty of time. And I have to also say that I have 2 children. Both of those children have attended District 2 schools. They have graduated from Wake County schools. They have graduated from college. They no longer live at our home, so I have plenty of time to dedicate to the board.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm Lynn Edmonds. I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh. I have Athens Drive High School, and I go down in like Tryon Road, Holly Springs Road, that area. I have question 3. How do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to achieve the district goals?
Okay, so the board establishes the key focus areas and policies to move the school system forward. The superintendent, along with the staff, works with the day-to-day operations of the school system and helps to execute the key policies that are created by the board. The second part of that question, collaborating to achieve district goals, I think it's really important that everyone understands the vision. The vision is clear. I think that we have to make sure that the teachers, the parents, the administrators, and the community are actively engaged in the processes of the system. I'm big on data. I think that as we're working through board decisions, we need to make sure that we're using data to help us decide those decisions. I think we're going to be working closely with the superintendent, and as we work through different policies and as we're working through different goals, I think it's going to be really important that we make sure that we're progress monitoring to achieve those goals.
All right. I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7, that's Northwest Raleigh, and then Northwestern Wake County through Briar Creek, Mooresville, and down into West Cary.
Okay.
And so my question is about the budget. This is question 4. What strategies or initiatives would you propose to help us develop an effective budget that meets the needs of our students?
Okay. So I do realize that the budget for a school system this size can be very, very challenging. In special ed services, I just remember clearly as we were at the beginning of the year, we were looking at the budget that would be given to us, and there were challenges, just thinking about how we were working through different processes with the budget. I want to say that the existing budget does already address some of my concerns, but the things that I would want to make sure that I focused on, of course, are teacher and staff pay, bus drivers and TAs, moving them to the top of the list for sure. Special programs, it's dear to my heart. As I have worked in the school system, I have seen an increase of students that are needing specialized instruction. So I would definitely want to make sure that the budget addresses and allocates for that. And unfortunately, we had COVID, and I think our mental health issues with our students have increased significantly. So I definitely would want to make sure that the budget encompasses resources for our students that are experiencing mental health issues following COVID.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have question 5. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent Western Wake, which is majority of Cary, small piece of Apex, and southern Mooresville. So question 5 states, how can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County Public Schools?
Okay, so I think it's going to be key to understand that all students learn differently. As we're creating policies, I think it's going to be important that we create policies that incorporate technology that's going to encompass the overall learning experience of our diverse cultures in the school system. We need to have diverse resources. We need to have we need to have different types of instruction. We need to make sure that the policies address the climate that we're in right now. When I think about the classrooms and our schools, I think it's important that we have safe schools. I would want to make sure that we have equitable opportunities so that we have safe schools so that our students can learn. When I think about some of the things that are happening in our schools right now, and even though I don't have a child in school right now, I'm an empath. So when I see something on the news or when I hear about something, I immediately think, what would I be doing right now if I were a parent? So I would want to make sure that as the board makes decisions and as that we're looking at diversity, that we're making sure that we provide safe schools, no matter what the students' backgrounds are, no matter what their ability is, no matter the race, the gender, or the culture. Making sure that we have inclusive materials, making sure that we are accommodating all learning styles and instruction.
Thank you so much. I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which is parts of Cary, Apex, Holly Springs, and we would share Fuquay-Varina with District 2.
Okay.
Can you tell us your thoughts on school choice, which would include our magnet programs, and how the district can use these tools to improve equity in the district and attract families?
Okay. So I love school choice. I think I read somewhere that in the next 10 years, Wake County will enroll like 12,000 more students in the next 10 years. When I worked in special ed and I worked with Family and Community Connections, I would receive a lot of phone calls from parents, and one of the first questions that they would ask would be, we're moving and we want to know what school we need to attend. And I would always say, well, I can't really tell you that. All the schools in Wake County are great. And I would ask questions like, well, tell me what your child's needs are. And that way I could kind of, point them with the different choices that we have in the school system. So we would talk about neighborhood schools. We would talk about magnet schools. We would talk about the different calendar options, which I realize now that Wake County, that's one of the drawing factors for a lot of families are our different calendar options. I think it's important that families that come to us that have multiple children and may have multiple needs have school choice. Believe it or not, there are some families that want all of their children to go to the same school, but they may have multiple children with multiple needs. So they may have a child that is talented in, say, violin, and they may say, hey, I would like for this child to go to a magnet program. Then they may need a child that needs breaks throughout the year, so they may choose a year-round school calendar option. Or they may have a child like I have that did not need breaks, and we may need a traditional setting. So I think Wake County has amazing school choices, and I think that's the draw. I think that's the biggest attraction for Wake County. As far as like our magnet schools, they are amazing. The many advantages that magnet schools bring to Wake County in that they create a diverse population of students. They have a lot of innovative programming involved in the magnet programs, and I think just the school choices give students an overall positive learning experience.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl
Morning.
Caulfield in District 1 in the northeastern end, Wake Forest to Lake Zebulon area. I have the seventh question. If you could describe a time you resolved conflicting viewpoints, how would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
So I really wouldn't be able to pinpoint one specific time. As a senior administrator in special ed, I attended a lot of meetings. If I were called to a meeting, it was usually because there needed to be resolution between either the teachers, the parents, or the administrators, or just in the processes. So in dealing with the many meetings that I attended, I felt like it was most important to listen first, and then to make sure that I was considering all the perspectives of the players involved, putting the student at the top, and making sure that I was looking for a common ground between whatever the players were that were in conflict, if we want to use that word. I think it's important for us to be able to work collaboratively to find a solution, because at the end of it, it's most important to keep the student's interest in mind, or any situation. We want a positive outcome. One of the things I like to say is, at the end of the day, when a student thrives, the school thrives, and when the school thrives, the community thrives.
Good morning. I am Toshiba Rice, serving District 4. With nearly 70% of our Wake County residents not having school-aged children, how can the district improve its engagement to the broader community?
Okay. So I think it's going to be important for those that do not have children in the school system. I think we're going to have to clearly identify what it is that they can do in the community. And then I think we have to be able to have them buy into the benefits and be able to promote their self-worth as what is it that they can do with students in our community. When thinking about how to get them involved, I think mentor programs are a good idea. I think engaging in different events with different businesses across the county would be one way to do it. Also, any type of community events where we have students involved would be a positive attribute to be able to get those that don't have students in the school system involved with students, with a very good vetting system, of course. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Daniels. So we have concluded our list of questions, but we still have about 10 minutes left. I wanted to let you know that it is our intent, after completing our interviews today, the board will deliberate and then come to a decision, and then we'll notify all of the applicants of the results. Your contact information is on file, so we will be notifying you today. Let's see. We've addressed the issue of conflicts. And again, if you are selected, as you said, you would need to make sure there were no professional conflicts between your public service role and your profession. And then as part of your application, you stated your address. All applicants, all board members must be residents of District 2, and that has been vetted. But if that were to change, it could affect your qualifications to continue to serve in that role. The applicant selected will serve the remainder of Ms. Johnson-Hostler's term that she was elected for. Mm-hmm. So if you were selected, you would serve through 2026. Okay? So at this time, if you have any parting thoughts for us or anything you'd like to leave us with, the floor is yours.
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be considered for this role. I have actively engaged with most of the schools in my district, District 2, the 23 schools, I feel like I have already established partnerships and relationships with most of the schools in District 2. Just because I've served most of those schools, I still serve some of those schools with nursing. And I am ready for the challenge. I understand the assignment.
All right, well, we are so glad that you came today. Thank you very much. And you will hear from us later today.
Okay.
Lovely to meet you. Thank you.
All right, we do have several minutes before our next applicant interviews at 10:45, so we will go back into recess. Oh, is he? All right, we'll go back in and hear from Mr. Fletcher.
Good morning. Oh, there we go.
Shorter recess than we had anticipated. Welcome.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming today. We're selecting a replacement to fill the vacancy for Wake County School Board District 2. What I'd like to do today is, I believe first, we'll ask you to just state your name for the record for the folks that are watching on streaming. And then what we'll do is you should have received a list of questions that we'll ask today, so there are no surprises. We'll go around the board table, and each board member will introduce themselves and ask you one of the questions on the list. We have about 30 minutes, so we're starting early, a little bit early, but that means we'll end a little bit early too. If you should complete all the questions and you still have some time left, that'll give you an opportunity so that if you have any thoughts that extend on a previous question or any closing statement or anything else you'd like to share with us, you'll be free to do so at that time. Let's see. I'll have some other comments at the end, but do you have any questions about the interview process going forward?
No, nothing far.
All right, great. Well, in that case, go ahead, introduce yourself for the record, and then we will turn it over to Mr. Hershey for the first question.
Certainly. My name is DeLon Blackwell Fletcher.
Thank you.
Good morning. Hope you're doing well.
I am.
Nice. Thank you for being here. How do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
I think the best way to answer that question is I've been fortunate to have a lot of different layered experiences, all which center around, for the most part, case management and constituent services. In those experiences, it's given me access to understanding more financial analysis, making informed business decisions based off of actually having data, and being able to cross that over into communities. through my service at Communities and Schools of Wake County, I had the privilege of designing a mentoring program, success coaching, which was a real experience in just building connections with parents, building with students, but more so also understanding the needs of teachers, administrators, and serving through Health and Human Services. It really put me at a place of really having to understand and digest more of policy, particularly in the Medicaid space, and understanding that that's policy that's attached to law. And I know that this is what being on the board is really all about. It's really helping to curate and drive policy that is going to support the school district. And if I go back further, I know you guys all have seen our CVs and whatnot. I would definitely say my experience as a constituent service director for the 4th Congressional District in the state of Connecticut, because you never know what you're going to get when you're dealing with constituents. You can pick one when you're working for a member of Congress on any federal level, but you serve as a liaison at best in ensuring that those that you serve have the information that they need to overcome the relevant challenges that are before them. And sometimes that could be taxing. It could be a little bit exhausting, but I think that that's what the nature of this work is truly about. If you are not service-oriented and driven by that passion to serve, whether or not it's in your favor or not, it's going to be a difficult road.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3, which is up in North Raleigh. And as you know, the position of the school board member may require more than 30 hours per week of work. And how does your current position, your schedule, allow you to meet this commitment?
Well, I think first and foremost, if I didn't say this, I would be in trouble. I have an amazing family. I have a family that supports what I'm doing, both my children as well as my wife, children who are in school at Garner High, and my wife who is SLP on contract in other spaces in the state. They believe in the work that I do. My employer also believes in the work that we do, and we are fortunate enough to be able to work from an agile method. I do consider ourselves to be mobile professionals because we are constantly going from place to place in the service that we provide to support our families. And so the time variance doesn't really bother me. With my experience in public education, when I was serving just through Communities and Schools of Wake County, I'll be honest, most of my conversations with administrators regarding the challenges that we were experiencing during the day took place at night. Education, for those who are passionate about it, it's very difficult to put it down. And I think when your purpose collides with occupation and opportunity to serve, that's how folks such as yourself get that grace to have that extra bandwidth that people look at you and marvel about and be like, oh my God, how are you here and then still working? It's because you have an intrinsic desire to serve. And so the 30 hours, potentially a week, could be more, it's understood, are structure for what I do. We have a little bit of flexibility in addition to, we're at a phase that I'm super excited about where we are scaling to expand and grow. So we actually have hired on resources. So I don't think that the service would be a conflict for me.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. My name is Lynn Edmonds, and I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh. I have Athens Drive High School, and I go down into just a little bit of Holly Springs. I have question 3. How do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to achieve the district goals?
Well, I think the first and foremost is that our responsibility is to ensure equity at the forefront of all of our decision making as it relates to education, as it relates to curriculum, as it relates to supporting our staff, as it relates to our facilities. We're here just simply to help curate and guide policy and empower superintendent as well as the team that he has in an administrative capacity to execute what they are here to do. I do find that there are times when it could shift to going what I would call below board. And I think that the goal is to not keep a conversation below board, but to empower those who have been appointed or have been staffed to serve in their capacity to do the jobs that we're looking for them to do, while we work to ensure from a policy lens we could guide this vision and this mission to our destination of serving all of our students and all of our families. Transparency is critical, and we recognize those transparent conversations could be a little testy at times, but I think the goal is always the mission of service at the end of the day for the students and for the families, and also helping to support our staff. And so it's keeping that balance and being mindful of that, and at the end of the day remembering that we've all made a decision to sacrifice our time and our schedules to be here to advance this mission and this purpose. And so it does us no good if it stays in a point of contention and we're overstepping each other's bounds and responsibilities.
Thank you. So I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7, which is northwest Raleigh, around the Briar Creek area, most of Morrisville, and then northwest Cary. And my question is question 4 on your sheet. What strategies or initiatives would you propose to develop an effective budget for our students?
That's such a loaded question when I saw this morning. $2.2 billion is nothing to shake a stick at. Now if we could be transparent in that capacity. There's not going to be an easy way to do that, because the reality is that the $2.2 billion isn't enough. And so in understanding that, I think it's important that we prioritize our spending that's going to have an effect on the greatest impact on our student outcomes and ultimately our staff retention. I also believe that we have to position ourselves to have the hard conversations. There's so much that comes to Wake County just for the sheer fact that it is Wake County, and everything that comes isn't something that we could always necessarily invest in, and that means that some people are going to hear no. That means that there may have been contracts, initiatives that may have worked in one time, but if it's at the point of making the decision as to whether or not we can have school nurses in a school for a student who has to receive insulin during the day, we're going to have to make some hard decisions that might rub some people the wrong way, and that's usually just the fact that we cannot fund it. I believe that we have to lead with the lens of transparency, making sure that everybody knows the facts, making sure that we're providing the opportunity to inform all of our stakeholders, be it in the building, be it in the community, and also with some of our local allies, nonprofits, and local businesses that are partners with the school district. Information is important, and I think it's important also to consider the fact that we're going to have to do some advocating, whether that's with the county commissioners, whether that's with folks at the legislative level, and ultimately, again, when we're working in the communities. I know when we talk budgeting and we talk about working in the community, sometimes it could seem or present to be a gray space, but I think that's also opportunity to offset certain things that we may no longer financially be able to do, even more so as we're approaching a time where it looks like funding, we're going to have to shift from a waterfall perspective and be agile. And so when we're having to pick, how are we weighing that out? It's trusting those actuarial sciences that we have and those that are specified in forecasting and knowing when we're going to hit the red line that we're really going to have to lean on. And so it's not going to be an easy thing, but I believe transparency leads the way. Making data-driven decisions leads the way. If we can't afford to compromise the graduation rate, then by all means we need to be super duper focused on what our hot zones are, who's succeeding, who's not succeeding. How can we balance what we can invest into supporting those students and those families so that the budget that we're dealing with, or if we should encounter constraints, it doesn't have a lasting impact on them.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9, which is Western Wake, and I have question 5 that's Question 5 states, how can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County Public Schools?
I believe that we have to put ourselves in the position of continuing to provide relevant curriculum, relevant instruction through relevant means. We have students that are high achievers, which is amazing. We have to captivate that. We have to build on that. And in the very same lens, we have students that need a little bit more support, which I think is a tremendous opportunity for us to really leverage a model of what gets often termed as wraparound services or integrated student supports to be able to meet some of those students where their needs actually are. Providing opportunities for more tutorial support, additional time to accomplish their work. I think all of those play a super duper role in addition to being targeted as far as where the sore spots are going to be in that process. How can we ensure that we're meeting the needs of our ESL students? How can we be sure that we're speaking to the population that might be less than 25% on the current proficiency expectations for our Black, brown, and economically disadvantaged? We have to really be intentional with our conversations, and it brings us back to that space where we really do have to lead with equity in those spaces. And again, that can present its obstacles at times. However, the only way that we're going to meet all of our needs of our district, which is super duper diverse, is being able to speak to them through that lens of equity to ensure that we are being fair to all of our students and the impacts that it's going to have on their families.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fletcher. I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which is Apex, Holly Springs, and share the town of Fuquay-Varina with District 2. If you could tell us your thoughts on school choice, which would include the magnet programs, and how the district can use these tools to improve equity and attract families.
School choice, that's a fun one. So I'll definitely jump in and say that I am a firm believer that public funds are for public education for all students. I know from the lens of school choice, which can go either way, I don't believe in the position of the school being able to make the choice, especially when it comes to public dollars. As it relates to our magnet programs, the magnets are amazing. Having the privilege to serve at Ligon and to bounce through some other schools through my tenure, seeing programs where you have immense arts, where you have immense STEM, somebody building a rocket, I think that's a unifier, right? Because I think we all believe that children have the opportunity to dream, children have a desire to pursue the things that they're ambitious about, but magnet schools have a way of actually creating that petting zoo, so to speak, where they actually get a chance to see that up front and in action. And so I'm all for the magnet process. However, I do wish that more could have access to it. When you see it up front, up close in person, and you start to really understand its purpose, it's also another way to help bring folks from different communities together over a common interest. And I think that's what we really want. When we're looking at our district, we want to be able to have unity with folks who come from diverse backgrounds, have diverse experiences, have diverse cultures, but yet we can center all this joy around the arts. We can center this around physics. We can center this around aerospace, as I've seen in Ligon. We can center this around coding. We can center this around pottery. It brings everybody together. So I'm definitely for it. I think of one in particular. There's a gentleman who's about 6'8" at Broughton High School by the name of Edwin Davis, who is stimulating giant Madagascan cockroaches to use those to do disaster and recovery when there are building collapses. Whoever sees that in a school? When I was a student in school, I didn't have magnet where I was at. I had one option for elective. I can learn a foreign language or I can do wood shop. But just to know that we can really start to pick open the minds of students and expose them. If we could expose them to these options, sometimes part of the number that we're looking for that's considered to be the money on the table about the graduation rate, sometimes it's exposing those students to those opportunities that's enough to pique their interest just to sustain them. I knew a young man who really struggled with the English language, really struggled with finding his space in school until he found his 2D art teacher and he learned that stippling was an art form. Now this young individual is probably one of the hottest tattoo artists in our area, in addition to being accepted by some of the major folks on the West Coast who come here to do a tattoo summit in the city of Raleigh, and they choose this young man as a protege because he can stipple an image that looks likened to that of a 4K resolution picture simply off of dots. Exposure is the way. And that's one of the things that our magnet school provides. And I think also when our magnet schools are providing those opportunities, we also find that we find more community partners that are engaged with those schools, because community partners could be a little bit more myopic in their discipline, thus giving them exposure now to where people in their community are doing those works and experiencing those options. I get excited, I'm sorry.
Good things to be excited about. Good morning, and we appreciate your time, and thanks for coming out. My name is Cheryl Caulfield. I represent District 1, which is in the northeastern part of Wake Forest to Zebulon kind of area. Can you describe a time you resolved conflicting viewpoints, and how would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
Conflicting viewpoints. Well, I will say that I did have the opportunity to serve on a state panel, and there were some conflicting viewpoints as it related to the usage of funding as it related to a particular safety initiative. And sometimes we have to allow people the opportunity to be heard. I recognize that everybody is passionate about how they feel, and I'm passionate about how I feel. But I believe that when we're working to try to source a resolution, we have to allow folks the opportunity to be heard. Once we provided that platform, I believe it's time to then circle back with the data. Let's circle back with the facts. This particular one was about the usage of dollars as it related to school safety, and just the broad statement that would say, well, you know, if I get this amount of money, that means there should be an SRO in every building. Well, that's not actually true, because we have to think about the municipalities that are serving. So I know that you feel your argument is correct, but in theory, to the way that certain things are done in the district that we are serving, that is not the way it works. You have to go through a municipality to be able to have law enforcement, and then you just can't put it in one school and then leave the other gabillions of schools blanket. Why? Because we're running through that lens of equity. And so being able to have those hard conversations is important, but I think when we are transparent, when we recognize that while we may have opposing views, we are all on the same side. That is the advocacy of our students, and it's the advocacy for our families. It's going to happen. I wish I could say that we wouldn't have conflict, but if there were no conflict, then I would question as to whether or not we were truly all working to push the envelope to ensure that everybody was getting what they needed to be successful in this district. Transparency has to lead the way. From a district lens, I recognize that there's a lot of crucial decisions that are on the horizons for Wake County Public Schools. I recognize that a lot of people have a lot of perspective as it relates to funds, as it relates to allocations, as it relates to cell phone policy. I believe from the board perspective, we have to provide that opportunity to ensure that our constituency feels heard. what does that look like? It might look like a soft office hour. I'm not sure how everybody operates in their independent forms of service, but it might look like providing office hours where you're allowing those within your constituency just to be able to say, hey, this is on my mind, I'm noticing this. I recognize in attending different athletic events, more often than less, you're not able to watch the game or to cheer on the team that you're there for because somebody wants to hear you or wants your attention and wants to be heard. And so providing that opportunity and making sure that we remain in that state of sourcing information. And then once we source that information, this is a cohort of individuals who some of you are probably hearing the same things, some of you are probably hearing different things. But at the end of the day, I believe this is also the forum in the group that is designed to figure out the strategy around it with transparency, with integrity, and with open dialogue.
Good morning. I'm Toshiba Rice with District 4. With nearly 70% of Wake County residents not having school-age children, how can the district improve engagement with the broader community?
There's so many different ways I think that can work. Community engagement is definitely a very, very, very deep passion of mine. I would like to say I see initiatives that are currently taking place within the district. I believe it's the AAA team that has been established, and thinking about that model, how does that reflect even if that's built out among the school level? 70%, we have to get more buy-in from our residents to understand the value of who Wake County is and what Wake County Public Schools is doing in the lives of our children, whether that's creating the opportunity for, I don't want to call it a hub effect, but allowing more things to be centered in schools in different communities, allowing the schools to serve as the beacon that it potentially can be for different community stakeholders, families, if it's supporting education initiatives, even if it's adult education in the evening, whatever the case it may be, we have to start drawing our residents back in to the school and the value of the school so that they don't think that it's something that they could just constantly bypass. We need all the support, we need all the help that we could possibly get, and I don't think that that's just in this season. I just think that that's just the nature of true, authentic community engagement. The school should be a wealth of support, advocacy, directions, a safe place for our kids. It's imperative. I think we have to also think about different initiatives when it comes to our volunteers and some of our business and community partners, getting them more involved into the school. I don't want to use the term, but it's the only way that I know how to language it. But the adopt a school mentality, if we could consider that in some of our school sites, where one school is, where different businesses can come, facilitate meetings, provide career exposure to the students that are in that school. Let's kind of get a little bit of ownership and responsibility into it, because after all, they're paying taxes that are going to it. And so why not put a little bit more skin in the game? And since I know this will be public record, I know what I said about the taxes, but understand, you're already paying for it. So we should also support that. You know, businesses should lean into that so that they can say, oh, well, I'm here at Red Hat, and there goes Moore Square, there goes Broughton. Why aren't we talking about cloud computing? Why aren't we invested into this amazing educational institution that does so many things for so many kids and for so many families? To me, it's a no-brainer, but it's amplifying that. I recognize that requires a lot of creative marketing. It requires a lot of work, and I also understand that bandwidth in itself can be fleeting just due to the sheer nature of the scope and size of our district. But we have to draw attention back to our schools and what our schools can do and how they can be a benefit to our community partners, to our families, and to our local businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Fletcher, we do have about 4 minutes left. I will say that We do intend on going in and making our decision today, and we'll be in touch at the end to let you know the result. But I don't want to take up any more of your time if you have any final comments for us.
I think my only comment would be is I've really provided my best service by the philosophy of nothing about us without us. And I believe that the decisions that are made here at the board level, regardless of the communities that they impact, should always be representative of the voices from those communities as we're working to help curate policy and decisioning for those students and for those families. I think that if we continue to remain in that veil of operation and transparency, we will continue to do amazing things for our students and for our families. And we've already been on that trajectory, and so it would only enhance that just all the more. And so I do want to take an opportunity just to briefly say, if I may, Chair, thank you all for the service that you all extend. Thank you all for the sacrifices that you all do make, and it has been a pleasure.
Thank you. All right, board members, we got started a little early, so we concluded a little bit early. As you know, we had a candidate withdraw, so we do have a gap in our schedule. So we do have a little bit of a break. So we will go into recess, and we will come back at 11:45. If you're here by 11:40, we might be able to start a few minutes early if our next applicant is here early, but that'll be Dr. Brady Coker, I believe it's pronounced. Kutcher, Dr. Brady Kutcher. All right, and so we'll be in recess. meeting again. Welcome. We're glad you could join us today and that you're interested in the District 2 vacancy.
Appreciate it.
We're going to have theme music throughout the interview, special effects. No, in a second, what we'll do is we'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record. Please state your name. And then we'll go through a list of questions. These were sent to you ahead of time. I believe you received them?
Mhm.
Okay, great. You'll have 30 minutes to answer the questions. Now, if you get through all of the questions with some extra time, we can let you use that time just for any closing statements or to elaborate on any other answer that you might have given. If you're taking a little bit longer and you're coming to the end of your time, when you have maybe about 2 minutes left, but if you're still in the middle of a question or we haven't gotten to the last question, I'll give you a signal just to let you know that you're approaching the end of that time.
Sounds good.
Let's see. You should have the questions in front of you. Do you have any questions about the process?
I do not.
Okay. Once we conclude at the end, I'll have a little bit more information for you at the end, just about the deliberation and notification, and we'll go from there.
All right. Sounds
All right.
good.
So whenever you're ready, please state your name for the record, and we'll begin.
My name is Brady Kutcher.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Kutcher, we'll start with Board Member Hershey.
Hey, how you doing still this morning?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Thanks
Hope you
for
are
being
as
here.
well.
I'm Sam Hershey. I represent District 6. How do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
So first of all, just thank you for having me and for this opportunity. I think it starts with knowing a little bit about my journey to how I got to where I am now. I think it's a very unique journey, and I'll start it off by hooking you in and telling you I never wanted to be an educator and somehow ended up becoming a teacher and have never looked back because it's been a phenomenal journey. It all started when I was a undergrad working towards a pre-med degree and working in an emergency room that went bankrupt and I lost my job and trying to figure out what do I do next. And do I decide to apply for medical school or continue on this journey? And happened to run into an old coach of mine. Coaches are amazing, as you all know. And he said that I have an opening at the high school in which I graduated from in Southern California. And it would be great, you know, if you could fill this position. It was sort of like a temporary position. It was a science position. He knew I love science. And I took him up on the offer and had no background in teaching or education. Like I said, I was a pre-med student, but fell in love with it immediately and knew this is what I wanted to do. And when I do something, I do it full throttle. I think it's important to put all of my effort into that. And so ultimately, I moved my family to North Carolina in 2008. We started off in Apex and ended up in Garner. I still remember the real estate agent showing us homes in Garner and kind of trying to convince us not to move there because, the schools are not great. And so I knew when I was told that, and of course we bought our home in Garner, been there since 2008, that I was going to make a difference somehow in our community. I was going to make a difference in our schools because I was tired of people attributing communities based on the success of a school. And there's a lot more to our communities than what our schools are or not doing. So I was very turned off by that, but it also motivated me to continue my journey with Wake County Public Schools, which is why I moved here. I was offered a position to teach at Fuquay-Varina High School and teach biology, which was great. But because I had a background in supporting students who English was not their primary language, I quickly became an instructional coach for 2 middle schools. But ultimately knew that impact, although was significant, I wanted to continue to make even greater impact on a greater number of students and faculty and families. So I got my degree in administration, started off as an assistant principal in a middle school, but continued to work with 6th graders and knowing why are these students coming to us so far below where they need to be in reading. And instead of blaming those below me, is understanding the journey that they have taken, that I became interested in moving on to the elementary level, where I began as an assistant principal in the Holly Springs area. Learned a tremendous amount of information and things about what it takes to be an effective administrator and an effective teacher at that level. Being that I've never taught a child how to read, right? So all of my experience has been in secondary schools. But tremendous experience that led to me becoming a principal of Timber Drive Elementary. How amazing was that ultimately when you go through this journey and your initial goal is, I'm going to make my community better. Not only did I get to live that journey because I was able to become a principal at a school within my community, but it was a Title I restart school that took a lot of learning in order to get to the point to where I am. In the meantime, I got my PhD in educational psychology from NC State. I've been working as a part-time professor there since 2013. Love that job. I think it's phenomenal. It grounds me as an educator, reminds me when I was an administrator what it took to be prepared, to be engaging, to make sure that I had the best interests of my students in mind. So I continue to work at that profession because I love it. And I think it's a phenomenal opportunity. So it brings me to where I am today. I work for Lexia. And Lexia, the reason why I chose to leave Wake County Public Schools is, once again, I wanted to make the most impact that I possibly could. And before anybody implemented Letters, which is a professional learning opportunity, I was the first school to do so. I actually tried to do it well before the pandemic. I tried to do it during the pandemic, which I ultimately was able to do as a restart school. And it had a tremendous impact on my students, on my staff, on my community, but more importantly, as me as the instructional leader. The impact that it had on me and the changes that we were able to make within the school and the success that we had, even post-COVID, immediately post-COVID, convinced me that this journey that I've taken, that even a high school biology teacher can support educators in early literacy, needs to be shared across the state. And so it just so happened there was a position within Lexia who was contracted by the state to offer this learning initiative to support other districts in this journey. And I felt like I had a wonderful story and an opportunity to share with those folks. So I took that position. It's fully remote, so it offered me an opportunity to spend more time with my family. So that gets me to where I am today. So I think all of those experiences, knowing from early literacy, early childhood education, all the way up into our secondary schools and our advanced learning communities, as well as working for both public and private institutions, has really sort of prepared me for a role like this, having a lens from which to view things critically and strategically in order to ensure that everything we do is for our students.
Thank you. I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3, which is up in North Raleigh, Wake County. And so given your work experience and the position of the school board member does require more than 30 hours per week of work. So how does your current schedule, your work, allow you to meet this commitment?
Yes, so fully remote position with both Lexia and all of my classes are asynchronous or online. So not necessarily a fixed schedule for the most of the time. My company does promote public service, actually gives us, I think encourages us to give back to our local communities. So in checking with them to make sure that this was a possibility, they were very encouraging and thought it would be a great opportunity. I think the only drawback is I had to put pants on today, and I say that in a way because I'm fully remote, so I literally have to be only dressed from this on up, and so I'm usually wearing sweats or shorts, so that's going to be a change for me, but I'll embrace that because I think it's nice to be out of the house sometimes. So it should allow me, my schedule should be fine.
Good morning. We're thrilled that you put pants on for us. Thank you. My name is Lynn Edmonds, and I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh. So my district, I'm close to downtown, and then I go into just a little bit of Holly Springs. I have the third question on the list, which is, how do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to achieve the district goals?
It's a great question. So the role of the school board is a strategic governance of identifying policies to which we should all to adhere with the ultimate goal of ensuring that every child has an equal playing field. I think that's extremely important. The superintendent's role is then to take those strategic goals, those initiatives, and translate them to actionable steps that can be taken throughout the district to identify and support the day-to-day operations and then provide each one of us as board members updates and data from which we can view progress towards those strategic goals. In my role currently, I work with state superintendents, I work with district superintendents and district leaders on a large initiative in both North Carolina. I've now moved into South Carolina as far as what they're doing with this Letters Initiative. And so in working and supporting the superintendent of Wake County Public Schools, I would offer a very unique lens to where I've been able to support leaders on overcoming barriers and challenges that may exist in initiating large districts. I worked with 50 districts in North Carolina, some of the largest ones, Charlotte Meck, and I worked with Wake County. So I know what it takes and the support, the lens for which I can look at academic achievement data and identify barriers that may exist and offer support to the superintendent and the board from that perspective.
Thank you. And I'm Chris Haggerty. I represent District 7, which is Northwest Wake County, Briar Creek, Crabtree Valley Mall, over to Morrisville and West Cary. And so my question, if you're reading it off the sheet, is question 4. But what strategies or initiatives would you propose to help us develop a budget that meets the needs of all of our students?
So data informed, I think, is critical and first and foremost, right? Decisions we make should be data informed, both qualitative and quantitative data from both our constituents and, of course, all of our stakeholders. I think the priority should always be in alignment with our strategic goals. Those should always be prioritized first. I think that we should also look at equity within our schools to ensure that the allocation of resources is equal for all of our students, for all of our families, from electronic equipment, technology, support staff, those kind of things, and making sure that there is equity across all schools so that we promote the idea of a community school. So I would definitely use that approach as far as creating a budget. But I know that in this current climate, in this political climate, our purse strings are starting to tighten a little bit. There's going to be a lot of questions regarding how money is spent. So I think transparency and communication are going to be even more key, and gathering as much input as we can from all stakeholders to ensure that they have a voice in decisions that are made, because that's who we represent. But ultimately, every decision we make and every dollar that's spent can be tracked back to that there's an impact on an individual child.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And good afternoon. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent District 9, and I have question 5.
Okay.
How can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County Public Schools?
So early identification is key, right? So I think promoting and continuing funding early childhood initiatives, early literacy initiatives, and identifying children that are both gifted and that may need additional support, because early intervention is so critical. And early intervention for gifted students is critical as well. And so when we're thinking about those initiatives, it also, in providing the support for our teachers and our instructional support staff, to offer rigorous and relevant education, to have the resources available to them in order to promote that for all students, not just gifted students, for all students. I think we hold everyone to high academic standards, and we do our best to make sure those standards are met. So if we identify struggling students early and we intervene early and often, the goal is to reduce the impact that may have on a child early, by providing them the wraparound services that they may need to be supported early. So that may be before school care, after school care, tutoring, extra support, is doing as much as we can to eliminate the need to pull them from the core curriculum, the core classroom instruction, to be with their peers as much as possible. With those gifted students, there's lots of ways and gifted forms that we can take, right? So there's academic gifted, there's gifted in music, gifted in science, gifted in math. So I think offering them opportunities within their local schools by enhancing our arts program, right, by working with our AIG program to identify those students who are normally go under the radar because they may not have the test scores, but they are gifted in many different ways, and then continuing to promote the diversity of schools that we have, these magnet schools that offer our children and our families to continue to pursue something they feel very passionate about, whether it be the arts, whether it be math, science, technology, to encourage them, they feel valued and they feel seen. But as far as those students who continue to struggle, right, that's our job, right, to eliminate that need to have to identify struggling students, because we have policies and procedures and training and support in place to ensure that that number is significantly low. In my profession, we say that 95% of all students should be able to read on grade level. That is supported by data, that's supported by science, and so it's our goal to ensure that that is a reality in all of our schools.
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which includes Apex, Holly Springs, Holly Grove, and share Fuquay-Varina with District 2. Can you tell us your thoughts on school choice, which would include the magnet program, and how the district can use these tools to improve equity and attract families?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So if you know anything about Timber Drive, so when I started at Timber Drive, we started off 600 plus students. And the first thing that happened to me as an administrator is there was a redistricting. And so several of my students and families were then moved to another school, and I lost a lot of kids, and I lost a lot of good teachers, and a lot of good families. And that was very, very hard as an administrator to go through that change. And so knowing how important it is to ensure that there is equity and utilization of the resources that our taxpayers fund for us. I think I had a very unique perspective on and lived experience on how that happens, and better understanding how we utilize the resources we have at hand to ensure that we are being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars, but at the same time trying to ensure equity for all of our families. So I think choice is important, knowing that when families have some autonomy to choose where their child's academic career begins and ends, it increases engagement, and increases their buy-in to the message. And with a growing number of students leaving public schools, I think it's 22,000 or so that are in Wake County but don't utilize our public school system, I think it's more important than ever to help our parents realize that choice is theirs, that they get to have a very unique perspective on how their child's journey takes place from the beginning and all the way to the end. So those magnet schools are critical because it helps our underrepresented communities, our low-income communities, have a voice, have something to celebrate, have something to be proud about, to have something that they feel they're a part of. But it also encourages our families who may not necessarily know that those opportunities exist to take part in some of these unique situations and provide their child with an experience that they may never have within their own community school. And so I would continue to promote the idea of choice. I think that's really important. I think the magnet school program is phenomenal. I know at Timber Drive, we were ultimately turned into a restart school, which offered some additional access to funding, which improved our ability to attract families in order to grow the population there. So I know how important that process is. I know it also can be very difficult when you have to make decisions when new schools open and new choices arise and population shift and funding shifts. So I know the perspective from that point of view as a family member, as a parent of two children who went through Wake County Public Schools, who had to make a lot of choices in deciding where they started, where they ended up, and I would not change any of those decisions. And so I think hearing those perspectives from me and sharing that with constituents and sharing that with stakeholders to see that this voice is important, your opportunity to make a choice is important, and I think that would increase our parents and our stakeholders understanding the value of Wake County Public Schools.
Good afternoon. Cheryl Caulfield, District 1. I represent the northeastern side from Lake Wake Forest all the way over to Zebulon. I was given question number 7. If you could describe a time you resolved conflicting viewpoints, how would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
So my most proudest moment and the hardest moment of my life was being a principal when we closed in March during COVID and had to reopen, close, and how many times that we did that, I'm not sure, was the hardest I've ever experienced in my life because just the unknown. No one has ever done that before. And to experience that with my families, with my students, with my staff, the emotional toll that it took on everyone, but being there and supporting initiatives that may not always been agreed upon, where there was conflicting viewpoints both from staff and families, was extremely, extremely difficult and hard. Some of my best teachers coming into my office and saying that they did not feel safe, and knowing that as an administrator, as a voice of my superintendent, of my school board, supporting and demonstrating a united front, I knew was critical. And despite some of the reservations I may have had for my own health concerns and safety of my own family members, was very difficult. But the work that we did that was unknown, that no one had done before, and that we continue to do because we knew it was best for our kids, was phenomenal. And the change that happened at Timber because of it, and the growth that happened with our students, both social, emotionally, and academically, was pretty incredible. So what I learned from that experience is to be a good listener, right? There's multiple perspectives and points of view, and everybody wants to be heard. So giving everybody an equal opportunity to be heard, to ground decisions in data, because I'm a science teacher, and I think data is extremely important to have to make some of those important decisions, and but also understand that viewpoints and that people's perspectives are also valuable data points, and to be able to incorporate how people feel and how they feel supported and how they see where they are in this journey and where their child is in this journey, and utilize that information to make the best informed decision possible, is what I learned from that experience. And that's something that I would bring into this role, is remembering those times of how difficult and how uncertain, how unknown it was, but our families continue to put their trust in us as caretakers of their children, and know that we may have made some mistakes along that path, but we continue to always have our best interests of our students in mind. And I felt like, especially now, if you look at the data, we've been very successful, as a school system, and I feel like I had a small part in that. So, you're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Toshiba Rice, representing District 4. With nearly 70% of Wake County residents not having school-age children, how do you think the district can improve its community engagement to the broader community?
It's a great question. So I was thinking about this question, and I've been utilizing Southeast Raleigh YMCA a lot lately. They have an outdoor pool. I'm an avid swimmer, and it's heated, so I've been swimming there a lot lately. And going into that unique, when I remember I was a principal when that concept was first introduced, and I thought it was a phenomenal idea to bridge this partnership with the YMCA and an area of need for students, to offer them that unique opportunity for them and their families to have access to services and supports that they may not usually have access to. I thought that was phenomenal. And as an avid swimmer, of course, teaching our children how to swim, I think, is critical and so important to their health. So so I visit that at least twice a week. I've been doing this for the past couple of years and enjoying that. But what I've noticed when I walk into the entrance, there's definitely a definite segregation of here's the school and here's the YMCA. And as a community member, if I were to take off the hat of being a former administrator for the school, you would never know that partnership would exist other than sharing a building. And I think that's a lost opportunity. I don't know what the answer is to change that perspective as a community member going in, but to your original question, that 70% of our taxpayers don't have children in the public education system. It's a lost opportunity to remind them that yes, it is a partnership, but the value that we bring as far as the public education system to those partnerships to enhance the ability for those people who are paying their tax dollars, may not have children, may not know what Wake County Public Schools does or what it's all about, to access some resources that may not have had access to in the past or currently in the future. So I think that is a wonderful concept, but I think it still has some work to do. But that partnership with these these entities in which folks are very familiar with, I think is critical in that step to build that awareness. And if they're not coming to us, these taxpayers, if they are not taking the time or the initiative to understand what the Wake County Public School System is all about, then we need to go to them and maybe reestablish some of those civic responsibilities in high school, maybe part of graduation requirements. I'm not sure. I don't know what those details are, but I know that we need to get out more into the community to show folks what's so great about Wake County Public Schools, regardless of if you have children or not. I think there's so much data around what healthy, thriving public school systems can do for a community, economically, socially. We know that what it can do to the real estate market. So I think that's important if they're not coming to us, we need to go to them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So that concludes the list of questions. You do have just a few minutes left, about 3 or 4. I did want to let you know, to confirm, we will make our decision today about the vacancy, and so we'll notify all the applicants. So we do have your contact information that you provided. We'll be reaching out to you after that. If there are any conflicts, professional conflicts, obviously you can't work for the district while serving on the school board, but if there's anything else that's a business conflict, you'll have to disclose that, and that could preclude some service or some votes that you might have to recuse yourself from. Finally, you had provided address information to verify your residency to serve in this district. You would be filling out the unexpired term of Monica Johnson Hostler, so that would go from your swearing in until the end of 2026. But you would have to remain a resident of District 2 for that time. Okay?
Makes sense.
So then, with the final 2 or 3 minutes, do you have any final thoughts for us that you'd like to share?
Yeah, I think that, if you were to select me to fill this role, I think I offer a very unique perspective in understanding our educational system from multiple viewpoints. Not just from a public education standpoint, being an educator. I've been at every single level. I've been at the elementary level, I've been at middle school, I've been at high school, I teach at the local university, and I've been in the private sector. I've been able to see this from multiple perspectives. So in understanding that, I think it offers a very unique viewpoint into what we can do academically to achieve some of the goals that have been set already by this board to meet that 90% proficiency that we're looking for with all of our students. It's going to take some real work, and I think the biggest attribute that I bring is this understanding of the importance of early literacy and leadership. So I want to remind you that, and I don't say this lightly, and it's not a knock on previous leaders that have been here, but I really had no business being a principal of a Title I elementary school. And the reason why I say that I don't take that lightly is because I didn't have any background in understanding what it takes to teach a child how to read. It doesn't mean I have to actually teach a child how to read, but I have to have an understanding because I am their instructional leader. And until I actually became and understood the science of reading and what it takes to actually move a child, and because reading is rocket science, that I didn't really feel like I was doing a service to my teachers, to my staff, to my students, to my families, in moving our school in the right direction and making the decisions with a budget to be able to ensure that there was equity within all classrooms for all students to create an equal playing field. So that perspective and understanding the value of leadership, the value of early literacy, I definitely feel like is what is going to help this board meet the goals that have been set forth.
All right, and that is your time, so thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, and our final applicant tonight, actually still this morning, well, this afternoon, will be Christina Gordon. Yes, thanks. Hey, welcome. We appreciate you coming out to interview with us today. As you know, we are speaking with candidates that are interested in the vacancy for the District 2 seat on the Wake County Board of Education. And so what we'd like to do is, in a moment, ask you to state your name for the record, for cameras and everything up there. And then we'll go around the table. Did you receive the questions?
Yes, I did.
Oh, we had a chance to review.
And I hope you all don't mind, I've made notes.
That is perfectly fine. What we'll do is we'll go around the table, we'll have each board member introduce themselves, and then they'll ask you one of the questions from the sheet.
Okay.
So we have 30 minutes to conduct the interview. We won't start timing you until I'm done talking and you begin talking. But if you should finish up early and there's a few minutes left, then you're allowed to give us a closing statement or go back to any other questions that you'd like to elaborate on.
Okay.
If you're using up your time and you have like just two or 3 minutes left and you're not at the last question, you might see me give you a little signal, just give you an opportunity to make sure that you do get to answer all the questions.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any questions right now just about the interview process?
No, I do not. Not
Okay,
at this time.
Great. So I'll have a few things to say at the close, just to give you more information about the next steps. But at this point, let's go ahead and kick it off. So we'll give you a chance to introduce yourself, state your name, and then we'll start with Mr. Hershey.
Okay. I am Christina Gordon. I am a parent, an educator, and I have the lovely privilege to say that I am a product of Wake County Public Schools, actually from the Southeast Raleigh area, the District 2 area. I started my career, my educator career, fresh out of college back in 2005. And just a little side note, I recently renewed my license, and I was like, wow, it's been 20 years. I'm coming up on my 20th year in education. And so I started my career in Durham Public Schools right out of college. I stayed in Durham for about 9 or 10 years, and then I came back home to Wake County. I taught early grades at Briar Creek Elementary, and then close to my 5th year, I was able to get a fellowship with the National Education Association, Practice and Policy Teaching Fellowship. And so I actually, the board at that time, allowed me and approved my professional leave of absence to go and do some deep learning and try to make a lot of change around practice and policy. I learned a lot. It was probably, aside from getting my national board certification, it was probably one of the more reflective times in my career. At that time, I wasn't, I was just in the day-to-day of being a teacher, and policy was not my forte, and so through that process, I gained a deep understanding in what policy actually means to the community, to students, to a classroom educator like myself, to administrators. And so that was really a really reflective time for me. During that time, I was able to even spend some time and participate on the parent feedback session for the equity policy that you all have developed. And I sat here, probably it's been almost a year. I sat, probably at this very same table, and I was able to deliver some comments about my feedback for the equity policy. I'm a mom. I'm a mom to 3 amazing boys. Many people don't believe, but I have a 17-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 9-year-old. So I have the whole spectrum, high school, middle, and elementary. And I'm a wife. I'm an active community member in the District 2 area. And, District 2 is very close to my heart because it is where a lot of my family, even down to my great-grandmother who stayed in Chavis Heights. And so it is, near and dear to me. And so this position means a lot to me. It means that I am living out a legacy of excellence around education. And my grandmother was also a retired principal from Wake County, an educator, principal, and an assessor. At the time, the district had assessors. She was also a part of Wake County Public Schools.
Okay. And Ms. Gordon, I want to apologize to you. I chose my words poorly. When I said introduce yourself, I meant just state your name.
Sorry.
But that's okay. What we'll do is we'll just take that as your closing statement.
All right.
As some of that time, and I apologize for that confusion.
Okay.
So if my peers were looking at me a little bit funny, I didn't want to interrupt, but that's all on me.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead to Mr. Hershey, who will start from the list of questions.
So how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good.
I think you really just answered the first question anyways, which is how do your professional and community service experiences prepare you to serve on the Wake County Board of Education?
Yeah, so like I said, I feel like I am a unique candidate because I possess all of the qualities of a student who has been in this district. I attended Powell Elementary, went on to Carnage, and then finished in high school at Enloe. And so I've stayed in, Wake County Public Schools, but also the fact that I have children here in this district. And so it is a very personal and professional importance to me. I will tell you that my children oftentimes get a little irritated because we will be anywhere and I will know someone. As a matter of fact, as I was sitting outside, someone came up to me and I knew her and we started talking. And so that shows my commitment to and my deep ties to the community. Also, I have had the opportunity to be PTA president as well as an active PTA parent, and that has shown me a lot. It's a position that I did not take lightly. It was a very challenging position because I was shown firsthand resource management and how to manage available resources or the lack thereof. I was able to do a lot around our budget, along the same lines of resource management and just having like a holistic understanding of like school needs, outside of the classroom. I mentioned that I participated on the equity feedback session, and professionally, I will say that my journey for national board certification, it was not an easy one. It actually took me 3 years to obtain my certification. And through that process, I became a very reflective educator. It made me think about why we do the things we do, and we're not doing them just to meet a standard, but we're also doing them because we are change agents, and we are, affecting the lives of children every day. And so with the national board certification, that is a very highly sought out, symbol of excellence. So I think that speaks to my credibility. And then my current role as a professional learning specialist, I am able to do what I love every day and work with educators as well as advocate for them. And it's a job that I get to do because I get to show the dignity and the respect of the profession. And so I think those are the things that my experience, both on a community level and professional level, will lean into me being a great candidate for the District 2 vacancy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Wing Ng, and I represent District 3 in North Raleigh, North Wake County. The position of the school board member may require more than 30 hours of work. How does your current schedule allow you to fulfill that commitment?
Right now, as the professional learning specialist, I am grateful that my job is very flexible. But with my job, I am able to go into the community. I'm able to, like I said, do what I love every day, and I'm able to spend time with educators. And so I think that is, parallel to what the District 2 school board member, some of the job responsibilities will entail. Though I know that this is not an easy job. I know that it will be challenging, but I also know that I have the support of my family. And I have the support of my current employer. They know, the executive board knows that I have, put my hat in the ring for this position. So I have their support. And, I am committed to collaborating with the rest of the board to get the job done.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Lynn Edmonds. I represent District 5, which is a lot of unincorporated Raleigh. So my district, I scooch up against downtown, but then I go down into a little bit of Holly Springs. I have question number 3, which is, how do you view the roles of the Board of Education and the superintendent, and how would you collaborate to meet the district goals?
So I think about the role of the school board and the superintendent as complementary, like as a complementary relationship. It is also very much like where I'm currently at my employer, and I look at it as the school board being the governing body, responsible for policies and policy making and decisions, and they govern with the community's interest. The superintendent carries out those day-to-day operations, provides direction and implementation of those policies. They are two jobs that work very well together. You can't have one without the other. And I also recognize that the superintendent is the liaison between the school board and the staff, who are, boots on the ground, running the day-to-day operations every single day. Thank you.
All right. My question is number 4 on your sheet. What strategies or initiatives would you propose for helping us to develop the most effective budget to meet the needs of Wake County students?
So the 3 initiatives that I would like to focus on is the first one, building affirming school cultures. Particularly in District 2, this initiative allows us to empower marginalized voices. I would propose that the board spend a good amount of their budget on really focusing on pushing this initiative forward, by providing like conflict resolution. Like, what are we doing? What are we really doing the work around restorative practices? How are we equipping educators with the day-to-day issues around discipline, but also how are we making families feel welcome when they come into schools? And that leads me to my second initiative, which is strengthening family and community partnerships. I would love to see family engagement centers in every school, where this is a hub for resources and workshops and orientations for parents to come and have a place, not a place that's going to be used for other things that the school may need, but a really dedicated place for parents. And so I would ask that the board allocate resources for events that celebrate the diversity of the families that we have in our district. And then my third initiative would be empowered learning labs. And these would be labs that are really supportive of educators and what they know as their expertise tells them that students need. And that would lean into providing very robust professional development, but also activities for students to have more voice and choice around the things that they're learning. So those would be my three initiatives.
All right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Tyler Swanson. I represent Western Wake, which is District 9. And so I have question 5, which states, how can the board support equitable opportunities and growth for academically challenged students and gifted students while addressing the diverse needs of Wake County Public Schools?
During my professional practice and policy teaching fellow, I really started focusing on community schools. Community schools is a mindset and a strategy that is really taking on a lot of traction around the nation. And basically, it is a strategy where the school is actually the hub of the community. So I would think that is how we would create those equitable opportunities for families, and even though our families are so diverse. Specifically speaking around community schools really sits on pillars around inclusive leadership. How are we bringing students, how are we bringing educators, and how are we bringing families to the table to make decisions, not just a top-down approach. And so that's one of the pillars. Another pillar would be positive behavior practices. Again, how are we supporting less punitive measures for our students? Specifically in District 2, it has been my experience that a lot of times children are met with the idea that we have to approach discipline in a harsh and very punitive way. And so I think approaching it with love and inclusivity and joy is a game changer, quite frankly. And then another pillar that I think that we would focus on is just those like high quality teaching practices. How are we, I know that Wake County is one of the leading counties in National Board Certification educators or certified educators. So how are we pushing that forward? How are we bringing more educators of color to be able to get their National Board Certification and support that? So I think community schools is something, and I would love to see the board adopt a resolution for community schools.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. I'm Lindsay Mahaffey. I represent District 8, which is Apex, Holly Springs, parts of Cary, and share a few Quaverina with District 2. I have question number 6. If you could tell us your thoughts on school choice, which includes the magnet programs, and how Wake County can use these tools to improve equity and to attract families.
So this is a question that I am deeply moved by, simply because my family and I have been affected by it. Last year, my youngest son, we started to see that he was a different learner. And I know for all of you who are parents on the board, you know that all of your children are not the same. And so we quickly learned that about our youngest. And he was starting to show some signs of anxiety through his current school that he was at. And I knew that because we are in Wake County, we are afforded the great opportunity to have school choice. And so I started the process. We identified a school that we felt like was a great fit for him. We went to the school, we toured the school, and so I started the process of the magnet application. Through my research, I discovered our family and a lot of the families in District 2 do not fall on the priority list. And so our chances of being able to have that school choice is very slim. And so that is a process that it is very near and dear to my heart, and it made us very reflective. And I know that although our board and our district gives us as families the opportunity to have school choice, which is extremely important, I do believe that we need to come to the table and think about solutions that really hit on families, specifically in District 2, and how we can maybe broaden the priority list. And so that's my story around school choice. I know that it's important, and we as a district, I am honored to have been a part of the magnet program myself while I was here in Wake County. And my other two children, they go to our neighborhood schools, which I love and adore and, love their teachers. And then my youngest is able to go to a magnet school. And so school choice is a great opportunity for families, but I also think that we need to revisit the magnet process. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming out. We appreciate your time. Cheryl Caulfield, I represent District 1, which is the northeastern side of Wake County. I was given question number 7, which is describe a time you resolved conflicting viewpoints. How would you balance the needs of your constituents with those of the school system as a whole?
So as a teacher, when I was a teacher, I ran into a situation with my principal. At the time, she had made the decision to, change the school's schedule, and particularly take the science special out of rotation for the younger grades. At the time, because I'm a big believer in being transparent with my families and the parents of the students in my class, I made the decision to share that information. Because of that, my principal, she disagreed with me. And so the resolution process of that was, of course, having a conversation. Through that, I learned that it was really important for me to listen, and not just to disagree, but to listen to her viewpoint. And by doing so, I realized we have the same, ultimately we have the same goal. But then also to, in that conversation, clarifying the importance of early communication with families. Families should be brought to the table and be a part of any decision, affecting their children. And that is down to whether it affects their day-to-day school schedule. And so I also clarified my importance around communicating early to my parents. But also in that, I decided to offer a compromise. How can we, instead of giving all of the information at one time, moving forward, how can we develop our information strategy in phases? And so in doing that, I felt like I was also supporting the admin's concerns. And so this is a process that I have learned throughout my career that has been extremely successful. And I know that disagreements will come. And that is all a part of, everybody having a clear stake in, this district. And so I think approaching resolving conflict in that manner is most effective. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Toshiba Rice. I represent District 4. Nearly 70% of all residents in Wake County don't have school-age children in the system. How do you see the district improving engagement on a broader community? Did I say that right? How can the district improve engagement with the broader community? My apologies.
No worries. This question makes me think of a quote: "The strength of the community lies in the strength of its schools, and the strength of its schools lies in the commitment of the community." And so, going back to my comment about community schools, I think it's really important to involve the community in the decisions and the day-to-day operations of a school board, whether they have children in this district or not. I think in doing so that our schools and communities can, work together. I think that the community should be viewed as an asset to our schools, whether that is opening up our school buildings for some community building activities, or opening up our school buildings for community agencies to come in and, give certain activities or things for families to be involved in. So I think that would be key. I recognize that a lot of families do not, and I am really, the way that Wake County is growing, I am astounded by that high percentage. But I do understand that when people feel like they are seen and they are heard and that they are valued, they are more in tune to helping and being a valuable decision maker in the day-to-day operations. And so I think opening up to community-based organizations is the key to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gordon. So at this point, we've completed all the questions that were submitted to you. And I apologize for the mix-up at the beginning.
That's okay.
But you do have a few more minutes left in your time. So if there is anything you'd like to provide as a closing statement or any final thoughts for us, you have about 4 minutes left.
Okay. Well, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all today about my hopes and quite frankly my dreams for being a part of the school board. Like I mentioned, this is a lived legacy for me. My boys, before I left the house, they said, go get a mom. You can do it. You can do it. We know you probably know everybody on the school board, which I don't. But I think about the way that my boys drive everything I do. They have driven everything that I have done in education. And so I believe that every student, no matter their zip code, no matter their background, they are afforded the opportunity to have a champion in everybody on this school board. And I am willing and ready to do the work of being that champion, not just for District 2 families and students and educators, but the district as a whole. And so I thank you, and I look forward to being able to collaborate and work with you all.
All right, thank you. So we do intend on making our selection today.
Okay.
We have the contact information that you submitted, and so I'll call everybody and notify you of the results.
Okay.
A couple other things just to mention. If you are selected and you do serve on the school board, then you can't work for the school district anymore, and
Right.
additionally, you would have to look for any other professional conflicts that might arise.
Right, okay.
You submitted your address information, and we verified everything, but you would be selected to fill the vacant term of Monica Johnson Hostler, whose term would have ended at the end of 2026. So you would serve from the swearing in until that time, and then it would go to, the election
Right.
results.
Right.
If at any time you leave the district, then you might not be eligible to continue to serve.
Okay.
So I think that's all the technicalities, all the fine print. We appreciate your interest in coming out today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right. All right. Thank you. Okay, board members, if you'll give me just a moment to transition. All right. So at this time, we've completed the interviews for the candidates. We had originally scheduled a break for lunch, but I know because of the other break we had, many of us have had a chance to eat. So at this point, I'll open it up to you all. Would you like to move into recess? Do you need a break? If so, how long a break? And then we either move into deliberations, or we can move into them right now. Let's say, let's do, it's 12:48. Do we want to come back at 1 o'clock? Okay, we'll be in recess till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Are we all ready to come back? Okay.
Ready? Yes.
Okay, everyone. So we have completed our applicant interviews. You've heard every applicant was asked the same series of questions, and so now we'll go into the process of voting. Mr. Malone has ballots that will be distributed. You'll see the names of all of the candidates on the ballot. You can vote for your choice. At this point, we're only, the voting method is just one choice. There's no ranked choice or top three or anything like that. Just mark your choice, and you can pass it back down to Mr. Malone. As you know from last time, either serving or watching, it may be that on this first round, we just simply vote what we're thinking, and then after that, if anyone would like to make any remarks or advocate for any particular candidate or explain why they voted away, you are free to do that. We're going to keep things as flexible as possible, and I think we had some tremendous candidates. I think talking to each of you individually, everyone has remarked on the quality of the representatives that we had apply today. So I'm sure we will get a great candidate. Again, we asked them about their time and their ability to serve and meet those duties. I think we did a good job of explaining to them what the time commitment is, consider any professional conflicts, their policies that they've talked about, their priorities, values, vision, and all of that. I see most of you have already voted, so. It's round one. Okay. All right. All right. There you go.
Yeah. Good. Thank you. That's good. This is nerve-wracking. I know, it's deja vu.
That's okay. She can have her mic on if she wants. I want to make sure everyone understood there was no write-in votes, no voting for Monica Johnson-Hostler. So, that's right.
So I can tell you that we do not have a majority for any particular person. We have 3, and I can tell you how people voted, or we can just concentrate it for now on who, but we have 3 for Christina Gordon, 1 for Thaddius Sherman, 1 for Delon Fletcher, 1 for Dr. Brady Kutcher, and 1 for Carleta Daniels. And I can give you the breakdown if that's important in this round, or we can, however you'd like to proceed.
No, just because you voted one way in one round, as we know, means you might vote for a different candidate in a different round. So at this point, if anyone wants to make any comments, they're free to. Vice Chair Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would propose to the board, or make a motion to the board, that we eliminate those that did not receive any votes, just so we can do the process of elimination and go from there to see how the upcoming round or rounds could go.
I think, and do we want to make that a standing rule each round if you don't get any votes? Okay. So at this point, I believe that would just eliminate one candidate.
That is correct. From my scanning of this, that would just eliminate Alexandra. I'm not going to pronounce the last name.
You want me to pass out?
Sure, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think we can do it by general agreement, if everyone's comfortable with that. What's that? Sam was just asking if we needed to vote on whether or not we would eliminate anyone who does not receive any votes on their ballot. And I thought we could just do that by practice if.
Close. Okay. This time we have, I think I am going to read the names so that we're, since these are written ballots. This time we have voting for Christina Gordon, Rice, Mahaffey, Edmonds, and Hershey for 4 votes. We have voting for Carleta Daniels, Haggerty, and Swanson. We have voting for Thaddius Sherman, Ing, and we have voting for Brady Kutcher, Caulfield. So we have 4. We would have another one eliminated. It would be Fletcher. So Fletcher and Alexandra would be eliminated based on the practice that you just established, with Gordon receiving 4 and Carleta Daniels receiving 2. Thanks again. Make my job easier.
Okay, so we will move to round 3 of voting. Again, board members are free to comment or advocate if they wish. Again, I know it's difficult because we had so many wonderful candidates, and even among those who haven't been selected, I think we had a lot of great qualifications, a lot of great statements about visions for the district, a lot of very good recommendations. So,
all right, perfect. All right, perfect. That's round 1. This is round 2.
We have to make Ryder.
I know. Let's see what we got.
They're like trying not to look as if I'm not going to read it out. Secret ballot.
Yeah, I think this is this looks to be a repeat of the last one with 4 for Christina Gordon, 2 for Carleta Daniels, 1 for Thaddius Sherman, and 1 for Dr. Brady Kutcher. It looks to be the same people voted the same way. I can read them out just for the record. Gordon, we have Mahaffey, Hershey, Rice, and Edmonds. Carleta Daniels, we have Swanson and Haggerty. Coker, we have Caulfield, and Thaddius Sherman, we have Ing. I believe that's the same as last time. Should there be some discussion, maybe?
I am going to open that up since we did have the same balloting. If anyone wants to advocate or try to pull anybody over to their side or explain anything, you are more than welcome to. I think that, again, like we said, we have some very good candidates. I will say one of the things that for Ms. Daniels that I really appreciated was out of 9 of us, having a member who did have some experience in that administrative central office role was something that was, pretty unique. And additionally, I was drawn to her community service and a lot of the work that she's done in addition to being an educator. I know, I think all of these candidates would do a fine job, but there were some things just in her responses to us, and I think my faith and confidence in her understanding of the district operations, I think she could hit the ground running and be a very effective advocate for District 2 and those schools and families in District 2. Ms. Rice?
While I do agree with those particular things, I found with Ms. Gordon just her current robust knowledge with both understanding past generational pieces intertwined with our new and innovative way of thinking and the way we need to move forward in this 21st century was very important to me. The fact that I believe the ability to connect with community is very important. She shared that as a demonstration. One of the things that I also was the ability to talk about being transparent. One of the things that I know that our community really presses us on is about being transparent and understanding that. The other part is she brings a very unique perspective of understanding what our teachers' needs are directly. And how that translate through community as well as the district, because her professionalism of training and understanding what it may need to look like for us to understand of how to give directives from our board seats of what expectation might look like from us through our policy making process. So those are the things that I liked about what you said.
And, I'll comment, anytime anyone either is or has been a parent of a district, of a student in the system, they have some skin in the game. And I think then when you see what they do in their volunteer time, that can show some real commitment. And I also was really impressed with Dr. Williams' endorsement letter of Ms. Gordon as well. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Mahaffey.
No, in continuing with there are no bad choices on this list, right? Like, I want to make that very clear, and that makes this decision very difficult. And Ms. Gordon rose to the top for me. Just, number one, we know that Ms. Johnson-Hassler couldn't go to the grocery store without getting stopped. And it feels like Ms. Gordon's already used to that. But for me, just hearing her passion, and, it was a combination of her current district knowledge, her wanting to push the district forward, but seemingly being knowledgeable of our strategic plan and having participated in district initiatives when she was before us as a panelist, and then her ability to communicate and collaborate, not just as a board member at this table, but with her district and its constituents. And District 2 is growing, and it's changing, and it's, 540 expansion is changing a whole lot about that district, and I felt like she, and again, I think anyone that came to the table, but it just felt like she was able to make those adjustments and help bring people in to here's Wake County Schools, and being in a district where a lot of the people are moving in daily and having to learn what it means to be a part of a big school system. That's it. For me, that was why Ms. Gordon has been my choice and will continue to be.
Ms. Caulfield?
Thank you.
So I know I had the single vote. I think they were all really very good and very well qualified. We noticed that from the beginning, looking at, everything they sent in to us. The reason I was going with Mr. Kutcher is because some of the things that he was really focused on and saying, everything came back to academics, everything came back to being a good listener and how the money was going to affect the student directly. And he seemed to really have the skills to connect the people and the academics and bring all of that together centered around the children. He had a real understanding as he was speaking, I felt, about the journey, not only to get to where he was, but what the board and the superintendent, like he understood everybody's role and how he could make those things happen. I liked for him not only his knowledge and passion, but everything was just academic focused and how we can do the most to bring the families in and have everything centered around the student. And he just had multiple perspectives and real understanding of problem solving and getting data-driven solutions. So I just felt he had a good overall picture of everything, and like you said, he never started out to be an educator, but it just evolved through passion, his journey, and therefore he kind of understands all of the steps from bottom to top, so I felt like he could really contribute.
And just another thing about Dr. Kutcher and with Mr. Sherman, my two predecessors in District 7 had both been retired educators, but then especially with Kathy Hartenstein as a retired principal, that was a very valuable perspective that the board hasn't had since. And so there's a lot of advantage to kind of, having folks in that position. I thought it was interesting to hear the student assignment. Issue described from a principal's point of view. That was something that came out of this process that I learned. So, all right. Ms. Rice?
I just want to follow up again about Ms. Gordon. One of the things that I know matters around this table to us as a board is, come on, national board certified teacher, right? That is the creme de la creme of what Wake offers over all districts across this state. And the fact that she did that in excellence, right, brings a knowledge to the board for us to think about in perspective and best serving our teachers. Every principal that stood before us or that were in that capacity will be able to say it's most important when you know how to educate the educator in order to best teach our students so that we can get them past the humps and hurdles that they're trying to reach, help teachers create gains, and being a national board certified teacher gives us boots on the grounds and perspective on how to shape those policies.
Dr. Ray?
Yeah, so, it's a hard decision. I mean, a lot of the candidates are just top-notch, and things that I heard kind of a lot in common was, the importance of listening, hearing the constituents, and also just going to the people, and that's something that, we are kind of, working on, trying to get that momentum. The reason just to be honest, my top two were Thaddius Sherman and Brady Kutcher. It's just in their own ways, because they both have been principals. The thing that I saw in Mr. Sherman was his passion when he spoke. Just the level of understanding of our system, having been through it all. And in the same way with Dr. Kutcher, the thing that also stuck to me was Mr. Sherman talking about when the terminology of academically challenged and that are we setting people up for to underestimate people? Should we have that we really they are still in the process of mastering their material and their skills. So that's something that stuck to me. It's still a hard decision for me in terms of what to do.
All right. Oh, sorry, we had some ballots here. I didn't see them. Need to get these over. Swanson. All right.
We've had some movement, but none that will result in a majority. But we will end up with another elimination, I believe. We have 4, again, for Gordon. They appear to be the same 4, Hershey, Mahaffey, Edmonds, and Rice. We have 2 for Dr. Kutcher, Caulfield, and Ing. And we have 2 for Carleta Daniels, Swanson, and Haggerty. And I now believe that means that Thaddius Sherman would be eliminated. Is that correct?
All right. So, board members, that was 4 rounds. I am willing to entertain any motions if anyone wants to, limit the next vote to the top 2, but again, if it's tied, then you don't really have a top 2. Or any other changes, otherwise we'll just continue to ballot and keep the floor open for remarks. Okay.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I did a lot of talking and remarking when we were nominating for District 4, so I was trying to hang back a little bit today. This was very difficult. We had, it's a good problem to have so many excellent candidates. It was really torn between Ms. Daniels and Ms. Gordon, but once Ms. Gordon spoke, her passion rose to a level that compels me to have voted for her 4 times, and I will be doing that for a 5th time. It has absolutely nothing to do with, this is awkward. This is an awkward setting. Anybody can have, a better interview experience than another. The same person, and so that's what I had to rely on because both of these women were so strong for me in their experience, and their, it's clear the passion is there, but what I saw today, I'm going to continue to vote for Ms. Gordon.
All right, thank you. Any other comment? Dr. Ing?
I was listening to Ms. Daniels, and her focus on special education is very meaningful to me. And then with Ms. Gordon, I think her experience with Magnet is something that has to be, seriously, talked about frankly. And I know Ms. Johnson-Hostler had mentioned the same thing in not so many different words, but there is a very good intention in Magnet, but then there are potentially people who did not fit into that paradigm that allows them to access it. So I thought that was a very good thing for her to be honest with us on her experience. I think that was admirable.
All right. Mr. Hershey?
So I will briefly echo that coming into today, for me, it was going to be about the interviews because the resumes were super impressive. And I thought ultimately the best interview was the last interview by chance because, as it has been said, you could feel the passion when she was speaking. I personally love the fact that she was a PTA president, is or was. I mean, to be a teacher and then to take on that role as well, it's not having more commitment than the others, but I just found that to be particularly impressive, and to have those viewpoints. I'm going to continue to vote for her, and it's not a slight against anybody else in this. I do think it's very tough that we have to, advocate for one Wake County public school former staff member over another because they're all great. And of the three remaining, the others are fantastic too. But this is just where I met with my vote, and will continue to be it.
No, Ms. Caulfield? Not yet, it's coming around.
I just wanted to say a couple of other things that I had written down about Dr. Kutcher is that he really seemed to understand the early literacy part, and I thought it was refreshing to hear him say that even though he was in that role, that not everybody understands what they're supposed to be doing when they get there or knows how to do it, and that he didn't actually have all the knowledge. He still sought it out, and he still did it, and it sounds like he did quite well with that. But he understood the connection and the importance of early literacy. Coming from a Title I Restart school, he understood like how you can serve the the students that don't necessarily have the resources. And I think he was talking about being underrepresented. And understands the needs from not only the teacher perspective, but also the professional development. So I just wanted to add a couple other things that I said.
All right. All right, if there are no other comments, we'll collect the last few votes. I mean, I'm wondering if there's, I don't know, some other, like, central office job or something else we could open up, because I think these people would be great on our team. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Without looking at them carefully, we certainly have the same 4-2 votes. I am assuming at the moment that they are the same. They look to be the same. For Gordon, we have Rice, Edmonds, Mahaffey, and Hershey. For Daniels, we have Swanson and Haggerty. And for Kutcher, we have Caulfield and Ing. And, I would say that, other than you'd like to do it today, you're not required to reach a majority today. You could certainly place this on the agenda at your next meeting if you were so inclined.
I think everybody tends to view this as us being ahead of schedule rather than wanting to continue this on to like another day. I think we can resolve it, if not on this round, then by the next round at the very latest. Okay? All right, so is there, we'll take another tack. No one wants to say anything poor about any candidates, obviously. So, these are all accolades about all the candidates, but if this is your last ballot and your last chance to change your mind, is there any argument you have for your candidate of choice that you think might change a vote? Mr. Hershey.
Ms. Gordon, above all others, I think that we talk about the passion, but she clearly wants to do this. And I think that came through more from her than from anybody else. And she really talked about wanting to do this and what it would mean to her and her community and her long-standing, she's been in that community forever, her family's been in that community forever. I think that I think that's where some of the passion came from. It was very heartfelt because she's always been a part of that community, I think. And I think Ms. Daniels is right there too, but, and I also love that, I think more than every other candidate, she mentioned District 2 like 30 times, which I love that about her representation of that area. I mean, I'm just nitpicking now because I don't know where else to go.
Right. All right. Anyone else, Ms. Caulfield and Ms. Mahaffey?
So I appreciate what you said, Mr. Hershey. I actually, I felt passion from a couple of them. And, you know, although, I mean, if I start talking about my boys, I'd probably get pretty emotional too. So I completely understood where she was coming from. And that, I think, you know, when you have family like that, it really is a huge drive. One of the things that I did actually like about Dr. Kutcher is that he moved to Garner with the story that he said, because somebody said something about it being poor schools. And it was almost like, oh, no, let me show you. Like it sounded like he wanted, that was his goal, living in that community. He doesn't plan on moving from there, and that he really wanted to shape what that community looked like. And that's kind of what we're all here doing, right? You know, we're serving on the board, you know, and volunteering all this time and everything like that so that we can do the best for our community. And I just saw the dedication that he was trying to put and how his journey evolved into not only working for Wake County for so long, but then sitting here at the table. So I felt the same passion from him, and just the things that he touched on is the things that we discuss on a day-to-day basis, you know, with all of our policies, everything that we're doing, trying to affect our teachers and our students. So I hear what you're saying about that. I just wanted to advocate for him because I felt his passion as well.
All right, Ms. Mahaffey.
Yeah, I think everybody submitted this application because they wanted this, and as someone who gets very nervous when talking to 8 strangers with a 9th that never identifies himself, it can be really hard to do that. And you know, again, for me, I continue to advocate for Ms. Gordon. You know, Mr. Hershey shared the PTA piece, but in reading the letter from her PTA colleague, it was building that PTA from one that didn't exist. And it sounded like it became a very strong piece. And so I heard a lot of community building in her resume and in her advocacy. I think she presented some innovative ideas that align with our strategic plan. I heard you know, not like a how can we do this, how can we make people feel more empowered to make those decisions. And I don't know that I'm saying anything to sway anyone's vote, certainly not after the last time I spoke. So, but I think her experience in the classroom and you know, with this district and in other positions, I think she will be an excellent advocate for District 2.
And I think since I see a pile of ballots to my right, my ability to influence those is likely not there. But I will, unless anyone wants to take any back, I do want to say, I did think that with Ms. Daniels, a lot of her answers really reflected a lot of the priorities that we've stated. You know, when she talked about the budget, she talked about teacher pay, taking care of our bus drivers and our instructional assistants, and especially what we need to do with special education. And I think working as a nurse in schools with those students, particularly in District 2, providing those services directly, you know, it really means something, you know, and I don't know, I think we all work to visit all of our schools, but to actually work in each school and see that and bring that perspective of all of them. I just really, really think that's valuable, and that's not a slight to any of the other candidates. So I just wanted to make that point. All right, thank you. All right, we'll take final ballots. I say final, may not be final. We'll take a stretch break. Let everyone just stand up and stretch, and then if we are required to do another round of voting, we will do that. That's true. So some people asked me yesterday evening for any advice or suggestions I could give them about advocating for ranked choice voting. And so I think by our actions today here, we might have given them a little ammunition, a little things to build on.
Oh. All right, so we have, oh, I see, okay. So we did have movement again, but not in the direction of a majority. We now have 3 for Daniels, being Swanson, Ing, and Haggerty. We have the same for Gordon, Rice, Hershey, Edmonds, and Mahaffey, and we have 1 for Coker, and that is Caulfield.
Okay. So we will take a minute for everyone to stand, stretch, collect their thoughts, find their inner voter, and we'll let Jim make more copies of the ballots. Ms. Emmons, get right in, targeted right in on it, all right? All right. Yeah, it'll be a mini recess, but don't anyone go anywhere unless they absolutely have to.
Thanks. So, you came prepared. All right, cool.
Test, test. We're back. Yep. All right, everybody. So at this point, we are about to begin, is it round 8? Wow, I had us at 7. Round 7 of balloting. Any opportunity for any last word that anyone has? All right, then I would encourage you all to cast your vote. Right. You get fatigued and you accidentally vote for yourself for the role.
I would not be eligible.
Sorry, we do have a majority this time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 votes for Christina Gordon, 1 and 2 votes for Carleta Daniels. It may be easiest, the 2 votes for Carleta Daniels are Ing and Caulfield. The other 6 votes are for Christina Gordon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Malone. So at this point, we will welcome former WCPSS educator, WCPSS graduate, and WCPSS parent, Christina Gordon, to our board. So I will notify all the candidates of the results, and unless there's any other business before the committee, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. We will reconvene next Tuesday.
So moved.
Second.
A motion from Ms. Mahaffey, a second from Ms. Rice. All in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much.